Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful buzz in the room. I'm almost reluctant to interrupt it because where the magic happens, and these are the conversations that really, really matter. But a very, very warm welcome to you all to the Norseman Hotel for the Focus North Conference 2024. We have over 100 of you here in the room today, and we're also streaming live on YouTube. I hope you're not with anyone that you shouldn't be. If you are, disguises are available in Home Bargains just across the road. We are streaming on YouTube, which does mean, though, that there are people who could not be in the room with us today who are joining us. Thank you to you for all being here as well. And also it means that if there are things that you want to watch back again or you want to share with colleagues or people back home, then that is an option as well. I recognise a lot of familiar faces in the room from the work I've done with Dounreay, from the work and also developing the young workforce, which is operated by Caithness Chamber, and also from having been here last year for the launch of the Focus North Conference. It was lovely to be asked. It was really a real privilege to be asked to help launch Focus North, but it's always so much lovelier to be asked back. So thank you very much for having me. If we've not already met, my name is Nikki Marr. I'm a writer and a broadcaster and an event host, and I do all sorts of things like this. And it's a real joy for me to be here to steer the proceedings between now and lunchtime. I'm not sure if you all know each other already. I'm guessing that a lot of you do, certainly from watching your body language and seeing you all greet each other over coffee and in here. I think a lot of you will at least have come across each other before. But I'd like to challenge you all to make it your mission to really scratch under the surface with each other. For a start, I'd like to ask you to introduce yourself to someone that you have never ever met or seen before. It's all about making new connections, but also to really make sure that your perceptions of what somebody does, what their organisation does, actually match with what they do. I think so often things can get lost in translation and we can make assumptions that are no longer helpful or no longer accurate. Just ask, really, is the bottom line. Last year's launch of Focus North was about a rebrand and a renewal of energy and focus for the economic development of this area. All in pursuit of the goals and online, and you'll see that it is very much in accordance with the on-brand colour of orange. I even brought an orange clipboard with me today. I hope that. And we will get there by sustainably expanding the working population, by growing and diversifying the economy, by increasing the number of private sector businesses operating here, and by attracting new investment. The launch, and indeed the purpose of Focus North, was to share these really ambitious goals and to ignite and nurture a widespread passion for building a strong economic future for this sparsely populated region of Scotland. So my main takeaways from last year's conference were threefold. First, there are challenges, but they're not insurmountable. By working together with positivity and passion, the challenges of a declining working population, a lack of skilled workforce, poor connectivity, and a shortage of affordable housing, they can all be overcome. My second takeaway was that there is already more opportunity here than many people know and fully understand. That suggests a bit of a lack of positivity and a lack of confidence, a gulf between the opportunities that people perceive to exist and those that are already here or are just around the corner. And my third takeaway was that geography matters. Thank you to Simon for that one. Get them to focus north rather than us habitually looking south. While this area may be largely rural, it is not in any way remote. In fact, it is at the very epicenter of the renewables industry in Scotland. And we've got a space hub too. Opportunity really is here. So that was last year. What about today? Well, you have, according to the marketing material which drew you all in today, been promised an event that will be a pivotal moment for the future of Caithness and Sutherland, right here in this room today. Well, last year was about Focus North setting out their stall and ambition. Today, it was about the present, where are we now, and about the future. It's tempting always to be looking to the future and to be in a real rush and hurry to get there. But before we can start moving forward, we have to know where we are, exactly where we are, or we might find ourselves striding out in the wrong direction or ill-equipped for what that future holds. So before coffee this morning, we're going to look at where Caithness and Sutherland are right now in terms of economy, opportunities, challenges, confidence levels, and more. How have things changed, if at all, since we were last in the room together? How have your priorities and perceptions changed in the intervening period? And after coffee, we'll be talking about what's coming next. What are the industry opportunities and challenges? We have to know where we are before we can move on. And how can those of us who are in the room here today work together to make that all happen? And when I say in the room here today, I mean you watching on YouTube as well. We'll also hear about how to get closer to net zero. We'll hear about the twin economic and environmental potential of the peatlands of the Flow Country, and how Focus North intends to act as facilitator and catalyst to help us all to meet the challenges that this region faces. All of that is to come. Now, your role is to listen. That may sound obvious, but it's to listen and to question so that you fully understand, to challenge where that feels appropriate, and to help spread the word. If we keep what we heard in the room today in the room, well, it stays in the room and it doesn't filter out further. We've got a couple of opportunities to ask questions from the audience this morning, one just after the panel discussion, after coffee, and the other before lunch. So please keep your questions until then, unless some of our speakers are coming in a wee bit short of their allocated time, in which case we will actually use that time productively to take questions from the floor. We've got a couple of microphones which will float around, so please wait until they reach you, otherwise your question won't be captured for the YouTube stream. One of my roles here today is to keep us all to time, and I will never succeed in that if I don't now hand over to our real host today, Focus North. Ladies and gentlemen, Simon Miss OBE is a man of varied careers, boundless energy, and unrivaled passion, certainly in my book, for the unlocked potential of the North. He is, of course, the independent chair of Focus North. Not very many people have an entrance video, but Simon does, and here it is.
Certainly the coast of Caithness is up there with some of the best scenery in Scotland, if not the UK, what I think is a magical part of the world. The cliffs are teeming with wildlife. It's pretty sensational, actually, when you think about it, and I'm fortunate enough to be able to say that that's my day job. I'm Kenneth McElroy, and I'm the Trail Development Manager for the John O'Groats Trail. Part of my role is to ensure that the trail is made accessible, or that its access is improved. Another big part of my role is community outreach, to ensure that the trail has a place in the community, that people are aware of it. I'm always really keen to work with schools as well. If I'm not working, you can find me on a football field. I love to play hockey, I love to surf, I love doing a bit of climbing. Caithness is a true hidden gem. It's got some of the best castles in the UK, it's got some of the best beaches. Food and drink here is immense. Whether you're interested in sport or art and culture, we've got a really fantastic art scene here. We've got a cinema here, we have a nightclub here, and it's great crack. Lots of local pubs, lots of independent shops. That if you just come here and enjoy yourself, you can have a very busy working life and social life. It's just a brilliant place to live, work, visit, enjoy. It's making strides in its own way. People want to be up here, people want to visit here, because why wouldn't they? It's absolutely beautiful, it's stunning, it's dynamic. There's so many, a whole host of opportunities, whether it's employment or recreational.
So, thank you, Nikki. That's the first of several videos you'll see today. They'll all be on a loop at the back, so in between when you're having coffee and networking lunch, you'll see them on the back screen there as well. Kenny McElroy. what a great advert for Caithness. So we're trying to create a batch of these ambassadorial videos as well. And I think the next one I'll come up with a program video as well, just giving ideas on overall bring it together thing. But that was him, his own words. We didn't give it the words to him. Nicola Moore on the front here works with us. She sorted it all out, and he said his own bit. So fantastic, isn't it? Why can't we all do that? Okay, and that's the point about today. So as Nikki said, it's about listening today. It's about learning what's going on, so people stop making up what's going on, which tends to happen a little bit as well. And speaking out, i.e. questioning what we're doing, giving us ideas for the future. And not only that, also talking about how you can help us deliver the future. A lot goes on about, we complain about things that aren't in our control. It's a bit of a waste of energy, quite frankly, sometimes. All the stuff we talk about today is all in our control to sort out. But it won't be if we sit back and think, who's going to do it for us? We're going to do it. There's no such thing as they in this. There's only a we. There's us. A lot of people in this room, a lot of businesses as well, a lot of key stakeholders, etc. We need to be on message with this sort of thing here as well. So thanks for that. And if you take nothing away today, we are in control of our own destiny. Okay? It's very, very bright. You'll see some good stuff today on the way through here. So, happiness factor. By the way, before you say whether to get all this information from, I made it up, okay? Right, okay. And it's to get exactly what you're doing right now, a little laugh at the beginning on the way through. So I said, okay, potentially, who should be the happiest place in Scotland? And I thought, Highland. Pretty good Highland, actually. Lots of opportunity in the Highlands. Not that many people, massive opportunity. We all have the same problem. We're trying to get a number of staff in and things like that, etc. But massive opportunity. I know we've got National Health Service issues, hasn't everybody? I know we've got potholes in the road and those other issues, but we've got all these opportunities. But if I was in Highland, I'd go, blimey, but there's an awful lot up north though, isn't there? In Caithness and Sutherland. So let's look somewhere else then. Scotland. So that's the rest of the bit here. And they're saying, I think they'd go and say, well, actually, without the far north, we don't have much, do we? Well, without the Highlands, what do we have here? We've got some things. It's not as much as they got up north. And if you were in the central belt, the old powerhouse of Scotland 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago, down here in Edinburgh and over here in Glasgow, you'd be going, where's it all gone? I wish I was in Caithness and Sutherland. So Caithness and Sutherland, we are the centre. Geography counts. All the opportunities you hear today is because we're here. The peatlands are here. The launch pad is here because of geography. The tidal array is here because we got the tide, the Pentland Firth, one of the strongest energy sources in Europe. And we've got they've got the wind energy as well, several wind farms as well. Fantastic opportunities and more, and tourism and all those other things as well. All of which are listed in our master plan, which you've got there. So what I want you to think about is if you really thought about it, and happiness, I'm basing it on what we can affect the economy, and we can affect transport for work, and we can affect the number of people here, etc. And that puts money in people's pockets, and that makes them spend money, and that helps the shops and all those things together. Actually, happiness, we could be the happiest place in Scotland. It's pretty good as it is, actually. I've lived here for a lot of years. I went away, I came back, it's a wonderful place to be. But the opportunities here as well. I'm not just talking about nice, soft, fluffy stuff. I'm talking about real opportunities, but only if we make them happen. So just a quick reminder, they're all the partners in Focus North. Focus North does not deliver major projects. Focus North does not deliver west of Orkney Wind Farm, does not deliver major, and it does not deliver the spaceport. What it does, it looks in between the cracks. It looks at what are the risks to these things. One of which is how are we going to get enough people up here trained so we can actually maximise the opportunities coming our way. For instance, how are we going to get workers to work? How are we going to make sure we've got a broadband economy going behind it? It's the cracks in between we look at. We don't look at the big opportunities. I mean, West of Orkney may ask us for help and things like that occasionally, and they could certainly provide some help to us to deliver them these things as well, which we're just embarking on. But actually, what they can do most of this project themselves. They only need our bit to help them do things. Focus North does not do that. What we do with those sort of things is communicate it, mind you. So the master plan, I mentioned it already. All those things are in the master plan, which Peter is going to talk about the details later on as well. But the master plan is the opportunities that all these organisations, private sector organisations, are bringing to us here right now. And I've gone through that one there. So the next slide is a bit about the communications graphic. Now, I had a look at Gantt charts and all those things. We tried to explain it to people and how the program's coming and where the milestones are, and everybody looks blankly at me. And everybody does. Because unless you're actually into programs and things like that, it means nothing whatsoever to people. So we looked at the program as the opportunities available, and not what Focus North is doing in this program. This is about what all the people in the area are doing, the inward investment, the people we talked about, you know, the West of Orkneys, the Orbex, offshore, the Pentland wind farm, floating offshore wind farm, etc. on the way through. And it goes left to right, all colour-coded. Nicola came up with this idea. It's like a bit of a tube map, so it goes left to right. Word of warning on this, of course, we're taking best estimates of some of these things as well, especially when it comes to job numbers and things like that moving through. But if you go left to right across here, it picks out dates on the way through. It picks out the sort of things we're commissioning, for instance, commissioning 20 megawatts on the green line here. So green line is Maygen. Okay, and that's the way it works. So have a look at that. You might want to do mistakes. We're still working on it, but we figure that's much more easy to understand than having a half-hour training session on how to interpret a Gantt chart, which is not what you want to do. Someone should have picked that up and realize exactly what it is now. So those things are what we believe is coming along the pipeline. There's a lot there, isn't there? The question is, how do we man it up? That's what we need to focus on, not where the opportunities are, how do we man it up? And you all have a part to play there, because the manpower for the future comes from the schools, the colleges, people retraining, outside area, and a mixture of all those things together. But if we tell the people who will do, let's go down to Central Belt, what do we want to go to Central Belt for? There's no jobs down there. All the jobs are here, aren't they? They want all to come north. They don't want to go south. Sort of, you know what I mean. Okay, so community feedback. So we've surveyed you all coming in here today. A lot of you responded. Thank you so much indeed. But we also looked at the local schools, and Trudy Morris for the Chamber. Look, he's got DYW people in all the schools to come through and get a survey from the schools. Very interesting. Okay, I'm not going to go through it now because it's quite a short day. It's online. You'll find it if you click on the QR code around the bazaars or on the back of your badge here. It'll take you to the website and I'll show you the survey results and things like that. Not surprised. The top of the pops is things like National Health Service, and then after that, I think it comes down to population decline and things like that. Bit of a word on population decline. Bear in mind, the numbers projections are still based on the 2011 census, not the recent one. Although the recent one's given a snapshot in time. So just treat it with a little bit of caution before you actually go out spouting their absolute numbers or not. These things about populations all based on the census, births, deaths, and an algorithm. That's it. Okay, just to put it in perspective. So how do you get involved? Start today. Talk to everybody. Please don't make it up. Okay, if you're not sure what the answer is, please come and talk to us. Look on the website, look on the mission. If it's not there, it may be because we missed it. But please come and talk to us. It's really quite important. Ask about the opportunities. You know, every time I talk about Maygen, people keep talking about, oh, I remember that back at Dounreay in the 1990s where somebody put a nodding dog wave tidal machine there. It fell apart in 2 weeks. It'll never work. Rubbish. It's nothing to do with that. It's very different these days. Talking representative on the advisory board. Raymond Bremner chairs it. He's been doing a masterful job there. Raymond at the back there, stand up again. He's waving. Okay, fine. Leader of the council. Raymond chairs it. You have got representatives on there. If you are in the public sector or community, you've got representatives there. Ask him, bring it together, give the advice to us, then we can act on it. Then we know there's a group of you want to do it and things like that. I chair the executive, which is a mixture of the Chamber of Commerce and all the private public sector organisations like HIE, Highland Council, etc. you saw there. That's probably going to change as we move in because we're now talking to industry partners, so how we can integrate industry into this as well to bring their expertise in so that we can do better for them and for us, for a sustainable economy and a sustainable community. One doesn't go without the other. So, last slide for today. Well, for now, until this afternoon. Speak out. Help out. Don't sit there and do nothing, please. Thank you much indeed. I've got lots of advice. What I need is help, please. And spread the word. We all need to get involved with this. And if in doubt, when you're talking about these things, the future is orange. Okay? Now, when I say that at the end, by the way, I expect to go orange. Okay? Okay, so when we're talking about each other, when we say orange, we know in future we're talking about our future, the economic future and of the area and the community impact in the area, sustainable communities. One thing without the other. We are orange. Thank you.
Very much, Simon. Perfect. There is a step here, by the way. I'm afraid that's my fault for taking a wee shortcut, but there is a step up the front. I really like that video from Simon McElroy. I really want to walk the John O'Groats Trail. I've wanted to walk it since it was there. I mean, it's always been there, hasn't it? But is that not just a bit of an analogy for this? It's always been there. We just need a signpost and a series of signposts and a map to help us get from one end to the other. And I like that analogy as well, that Focus North isn't going to do it, but it's going to help you and help you and help you, but also look between the cracks to see where the cracks are and how can we help patch them up. Simon is going to be back as part of the final Q&A session this morning, but he's not going anywhere, I don't believe. So catch him over coffee, catch him over lunch. Last year at the launch of Focus North, we heard from Magnus Davidson about how a sustainable future could and should work for the North. As socio-economic manager for NRS Dounreay, Magnus lives and breathes this stuff. Until about 18 months ago, he was a research associate in environment, economy and society at UHI. Now, my scribbled notes from Magnus's presentation last year suggest that he declared, "We have all the tools we need, we just need to piece them together in the right way." We have all the tools we need, we just need to piece them together in the right way. Magnus spoke of a potential for high-quality, long-term jobs, not just at Dounreay, but across almost every aspect of renewables and the associated industries. Environment, economy, and society. That's what we're here to talk about today. How to regenerate this region sensitively to make the most of its world-beating natural assets without in any way destroying or negatively impacting them. The economy needs to diversify and strengthen. And at the heart of it all is the people of this region. Magnus has been crunching the stats, last year's surveys, comparing them with those that have just been filled in. And I can't wait to hear what he has to say. Ladies and gentlemen, Magnus Davidson. Welcome.
If I was ever tempted to go off script, it was soon shut down by having Dounreay's head of comms, my boss, and my boss's boss all sat in the front row looking up at me. Thank you very much for that introduction, Nikki. And yes, as you said, last year I presented standing up here as Dounreay's Socio-Economic Manager. I remain today Dounreay's Socio-Economic Manager, but I have the pleasure of being able to explore some of these issues around the future of Caithness and North Sutherland's economy, environment, society, as that of a professional, a partner in Focus North, but also of an interested person of working age, living and working here and entrapted into the area. A person of working age may not be the most illustrious of qualifications to warrant the position at the lectern. However, the fundamental sustainability and future of an area like ours relies on attracting people like me and keeping people like me in the local area. 2 weeks ago, I turned 33. I've had a hard paper round. That means that 2/3 of the population in Caithness and Sutherland are older than I am. So I hope that still qualifies me to give some lived experience as well as professional experience on the issue of demography in the area. Focus North, through the Caithness Chamber of Commerce and developing the young workforce, have undertaken, as Nikki has said, as Simon said, survey work of all the high school, secondary schools in the local area, so Far, Wick and Thurso, asking questions of the soon-to-be school leavers on what they want to do and see and how they want to perceive that in the local area going forward. The numbers show that we're facing a struggle to keep young people here. Last year, 55% of school leavers wanted to stay in the area, while this has dropped to 47%. I'll lean on some personal experience to ask how we might do this better. I returned to the region a decade ago Rather than returning to the Black Isle, where I'm originally from, I chose to move to Thurso in Caithness. The draw to come here was economic opportunity and the prospect of quality postgraduate education, importantly linked to that economic opportunity. In 2013, the Pentland Firth and Orkney waters were promised, and I won't say by who, to be the Saudi Arabia of marine renewable energy. There was significant utility-scale private sector interest in the area. And the then University of the Highlands and Islands was fast marking itself out as a place to come and study and do research into the burgeoning area and industry. The bubble of commercial wave energy may have burst a short number of years later, but the reputation and quality of provision at now UHI did not. The North Highland campus at UHI North, West and Hebrides started life as Thurso Technical College, primarily to serve the training needs of the UK Atomic Energy Authority. It is now part of a regional tertiary university, showcasing that whilst Dounreay may seed provision, we should not underestimate the ability for an institution to take that seed and to grow into a centre providing for a diversified economy and society. As history has taught us, both here, but probably more likely further afield, the draw of quality education and economic opportunity can pull young people in. Are we seeing evidence of this? Our survey results show that the messaging is not yet getting through to our young people. Although they see the benefits of community and culture in the area, this coming from the survey, education and job opportunities are highly ranked as challenges to stay in. I'll take into account Simon's comments here around population statistics and promptly ignore them. This poses challenges, and we as a partnership must consider where we currently are and where we might be going. There's an older age profile in the area than both Highland and Scotland, and it's ageing at a faster rate. In the last 200 years, the population of Caithness and Sutherland has almost halved. Scotland's has more than doubled. By 2040, Caithness is forecasted to lose 1 in 5 people, Sutherland 1 in 7. An interesting example of this might be to ask front 3 rows of both sides just to get up and to leave now, and to consider what kind of event would be having lost that amount of people. These figures are comparable to, or worse than, the depopulation seen pre and post World War II. To reinforce that point, these forecasts are showing population losses that are comparable to, or worse than in the case of Sutherland, or worse than in the case of Caithness, the figures which resulted in the formation of the Highlands and Islands Development Board in the 1960s. School occupancy is dropping, and levelised for population, Caithness and Sutherland have the lowest number of houses being built in the whole of Highland region. Healthcare and transport provision, 2 key pieces of social infrastructure, are also under immense pressure. Access to good healthcare and availability of affordable housing were the 2 most important factors for surveyed young people as seeing Caithness and North Sutherland as an ideal place to live. What does this mean for us as a partnership? Social infrastructure, and again, it's really important to qualify this, against the backdrop of constrained public sector finances, is quickly becoming an economic limiter. This creates novel challenges for those of us interested in traditional economic development. Dounreay may no longer build schools, colleges, or 1,000 houses, but Focus North partners, supported by the wider partnership, hold the power to do so. This will undoubtedly require public sector investment. Although there are challenges, we've been here before, and importantly, we've made it work. The opening page of the 1990 book, Dounreay, an Experimental Reactor Establishment, starts with, on the 26th of January 1953, the Caithness and Sutherland Local Employment Committee met, as they did every 3 months, to review the local employment situation. and to see what could be done to improve it. There were 16 members drawn from representatives of the employers, the workforce, county councillors, and they met under the chairmanship of Mr. John S. Banks, councillor for the John O'Groats district. The greater part of the committee came from Caithness, which had nearly twice the population of its neighbour, although Sutherland was nearly 4 times the size of Caithness. It was not an exciting committee to serve on, as it had very little to be enthusiastic about. There was no obvious prospect of real change to the generally depressing situation of continuing emigration and overall economic decline, which had laid a mantle of gentle decay over the whole north of Scotland. There are, however, a number of fundamental differences to the 1953 Caithness and Sutherland Local Employment Committee, for which we find ourselves today. Although we all share similar professional characteristics to those 16 members, we find ourselves in a room of 100, 120 plus. This forum is hopefully not an unexciting committee. We also have very real obvious prospects of real change to, and I quote, continuing emigration and overall economic decline. 1/3 of a mile, and I won't try and point in the right direction because my sense of direction is terrible, but 1/3 of a mile to the east of where we sit today, there is a lively redeveloped harbour front, servicing the needs of one of the early generations of Scotland's offshore wind capacity. 25 minutes drive to the northwest, there's a tidal stream energy plant, proving commercially the powers of the Pentland Firth. Generation of annual renewable electricity in Caithness and North Sutherland exceeds 1,175 gigawatt hours. This is from large-scale and tidal power alone. This far exceeds electricity consumption in the area. Onshore wind generates over 1,200% of our electricity demand, showcasing that electricity generated here keeps the lights on in the south. Alongside 0.5 gigawatt of onshore capacity, a further 2.7 gigawatts of offshore capacity exists in the waters off Caithness and North Sutherland. There is a further 4.1 gigawatts of offshore wind in the pipeline off the same shores. This totals 7.3 gigawatts of capacity, more than 2 Hinkley Point Cs, the majority of which will flow through Caithness in the coming decade or so. With an announcement by the UK government recently on zonal pricing, we might not want to rule out the possibility of things like data, power to X, or even heavier industry. GVA in Caithness and North Sutherland sits at 3/4 of that national average. Adding value to these electrons here in Caithness and in North Sutherland should be a key aspiration of the membership. Whilst the Highlands once saw the revolution of power from the glens, the 21st century version will see power from Spittal, surrounded by fields neatly bounded with Caithness flagstone. Whilst Caithness might be well known for its flagstone, Caithness and North Sutherland certainly known for its wind, Sutherland, to its credit, is soon to enter the realms of what we might have thought of science fiction. We're soon going to be seeing rockets and satellites launched into space, the space age. Crofting communities have helped communities by proxy of community benefit and jobs. Having had to actually check my OS Maps app over the weekend, I figured that over the last 5 years, I've walked almost 1,000 miles of the flow country. I don't have very exciting hobbies. The remnants of the Sheelings, the farmsteads, the townships, scattering both the straths but also the wider peatlands, showcase the importance of managing this economic change better than history has proven. The theme of just transition must run through all of the work that we do. Now, the private sector is going to be key to unlocking much of this potential in the north. These interests are represented at the moment by the Caithness Chamber of Commerce, and long may they continue to do so. I would emphasise to both the developers and the supply chain in the room that we want to showcase the absolute best of private and public partnership in the whole of the country, right here in the north. Whilst much of this is a professional perspective, I would invite the audience themselves and with me to reflect on personal perspectives. I've referenced my time in the Flow Country, and the great outdoors is a key factor in why I call this place home. We have abundant access to natural environments that many people would spend many thousands of pounds to come and visit. The success of the North Coast 500 showcases how privileged we are to live in places like Caithness and in Sutherland. The Focus North films that we will see today, one of which, including my good friend Kenny McElroy, are also a testament to that. However, the fundamental reason that I call this place home, over and above any view or landscape, is the people. There is a sense of community found at various levels right through these two great counties and stretching from Melness right down to the Ord. Communities across Scotland share similar characteristics, many similar characteristics, but there are additional cultural elements forged into the social and geographic outcomes which help to make this place attractive to a person like myself. Nuclear communities like our own are one of the few nationalised industries with large-scale, well-paid, skilled employment, and, as we've seen, generational commitment that stretches beyond what many of the other sectors could wish for. That traditional, industrial, socio-economic foundation and community contract builds upon characteristics of Highland hospitality and culture, and coupled with resources and technologies which will lead populations in the 21st century to survive and thrive, creates an irresistible melting pot of opportunity. However, it will require some gentle nudges from the private sector and from the public sector to help support this enabling social and economic infrastructure. Dounreay's current stakeholder chair, Dounreay Stakeholder Group Chair, Councillor Mackey, refers to this as a hand up rather than a hand out. Trudy Morris, Chief Executive of the Caithness Chamber of Commerce, recently wrote in the John O'Groat Journal that if we are to hold the weight of our nation's race towards net zero, it is only fair that our region is supported to break down barriers associated with rurality. That is exactly what makes this job so interesting to me. So, to come to some kind of conclusion, where do we as a partnership stand today? We find ourselves in a position with the Focus North Partnership, composed of the Caithness Chamber of Commerce, the Highland Council, Highlands and Islands Enterprise, NRS Dounreay, the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority, and the Scottish Government, Skills Development Scotland, and UHI North, West and Hebrides. Combined with economic opportunities arising from the private sector investment, this grouping is equipped with the social capital, the financial capital, the natural capital, the legislative power, and all of this is unique in the history of regional development in the north. We have social challenges, but the weight of economic opportunity can deliver us a path through them. We need to embrace this challenge and create the new administrative and financial structures to realise this potential. We've done it before and we'll do it again.
Employment opportunities, and that will be for a few years yet. But there is no doubt that alongside decommissioning its own site, Dounreay is committed to the wider region and committed to helping to create a more diverse economy for the region in the long term. To tell us more, let's hear from Managing Director of NRS Dounreay, Mark Rouse. Welcome, Mark.
Good morning, everybody. Love being at these events. Usually go off script straight away and surprise my team. It's at times like this that it reminds me just how remarkably easy my job is. All I have to do is recruit great people and let them loose. And in this room, there's a few of those great people. You've just heard from one of them. And as Simon said, the aim of this is to set some scenes and get people talking. So without telling you I was going to do this, briefly, could my team stand up? Anybody from Dounreay, just stand up so that people know who you are and can come and talk to you. We're all connected. These teams aren't just doing socio-economics or the engineering or the communications. They're involved in everything. So please have a chat with them what's going on. Sorry to do that to you folks. Thank you very much. So what have we got? The big picture of me. Yes, let's start with the better picture. Our taglines for NRS is for all our futures. We're very conscious that this isn't just an engineering exercise to take some things to pieces. That there's a big part of that, and it's quite challenging. But it's being part of that community. So this was last week when the Dounreay stakeholder groups, some representatives of Focus North, Chamber of Commerce, came to site. And whilst there was a little bit of tactical stuff about communicating and talking to one another, there was also a bigger message there. Our workforce saw them come to site. They saw that real tangible connection between what goes on in Dounreay and the local community. It is always those two things for me. And over the last few years, we've been bringing them right together. Previously, socio-economic sustainability, they were kind of a separate thing, and they went off and communicated separately. Now it's embedded through the work Dave, Magnus, Emily, the rest of the team, that they all do to bring that together. So a great place to start with that team and that message that this is all for our futures. What does the future look for Dounreay? The northern line I see we are, Simon, the black line that continues through the middle of that diagram. That's what we look like. You'll find some things on the internet that say we're going to be finished in 2033. That came from a different ambition and a different risk profile. We've learnt some things, we've reassessed some things, and that's the picture you can see. Potentially going out a very long distance. And I say potentially, that future is not certain, not in the way we tried to portray it previously. There's a lot of unknowns in society, in technology, a lot of things to improve. And at the end of the day, spending a lot of taxpayers' money, our own money. So that drive you see in the middle there, to bring everything to the left. But not to start by assuming we can do it, assuming we know exactly what the future's going to bring us. That kind of timeline is as long as Dounreay has existed already, and a hell of a lot has changed, technology-wise, society-wise, in that kind of time. So you'll see us talking a lot about those in-years, the 1 year where we know it in infinite detail, the 4 years where we have a lot of that detail. And like many of you, that's where we make our investments. That's where we want our return on investment to show the benefit of what we're doing. But then, and we'll launch it in April, the NRS that we're part of, their 10-year strategy, that really is kind of a tangible horizon. That's still stretching a little bit, but we've got that horizon. And a program now that we can all believe in, that has that reality, that more realistic risk profile, that we can help this community, that we can lay out where are the opportunities for the supply chain that, and I know it's been difficult for you, that aren't as aspirational as they were before, that are more tangible and more real. So a lot of work to do there to bring that all together. But you won't hear us talking about an end date. That was an artifice of a contract. You'll hear us talking about what we are actually doing and what we can actually get you engaged in. Talk a lot about sustainability, sustainability of community, sustainability of the environment. And I've been really pleased. Some of those talented people I mentioned before, they've been working away for a year or so, and we've given them that time to really paint a picture of what is Dounreay's carbon zero challenge. How do we articulate it? You know, nobody's ever done these things before. Nobody's taken to pieces a former centre of fast breeder reactor technology in the way that we're doing. And of course, we were going to do it by 2033, or previously 2023. So we didn't have to meet the 2045 target dates. So this has been a big eye-opener for us. But I have been so pleased to see that you can see how it links to the UN sustainability goals, and that we've now got 18 clear targets where we can see what we do, where we can see how we upgrade our assets in a sustainable way. A lot of our assets are very old now and they've got to last an awful long time. So when we put the effort into looking after them, we can do that in a sustainable way. How we work with the supply chain for the Scope 3 emissions and the longer journey that we're on to make sure that we're all operating in a sustainable way. So you can see, we can do it. And I must admit, until I saw this site, I wasn't sure. How on earth do you think through a place as complex as Dounreay and get it to be carbon net zero in 2045 whilst doing all the very, very complex decommissioning activities? But you can see how bad it would be on the blue line, that blue area. That's how bad it would be if we didn't do something. And that's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of work with you folk in this community and the supply chain. I want Focus North to be a success. I want us to be a real part of Focus North, not as a dominant part of it, but as a valued partner that, you know, I'll keep going back to this Northern Line, I quite like that, you know, that we run right through the middle of everything. We can be there for people to build surety and underpin things, knowing that we'll keep needing highly skilled people, we'll need to keep building the education systems, we'll need to keep pulling in the supply chain. We definitely can't do this on our own. We've learned that lesson over the last few years. So one of the areas that I asked Dave in particular to lead on was the skills. It's a challenge across the whole country. It polarises and gets harder the further north you get. But as Simon has said, when you look at it, we have advantages as well. So how do we grasp that? And the team have been working together with the offshore industry, with the renewables, with SSE, and really getting that community of people together to say, how are we going to tackle this problem together? There's a little bit of worry in the nuclear industry about how do we meet the challenges of Great British Nuclear massive decommissioning programs. And I was talking at a conference just a month or so ago, and I reflected, you know, I had a picture of the sphere behind me, and I reflected the ambition that built that sphere in the late 50s. When this community was fisher people, was crofters, maybe some small engineering, and they built Dounreay from almost nothing. And if you look what we've got in place now, all the things that we've built, the platform we've got, yes, there are problems, yes, there are challenges, but we have such a powerful platform on which to build and tackle some of these challenges. So jobs and skills, attracting people to the area, working with the chamber to make sure that we articulate what it is that's special about this neck of the woods. I always talk about Dounreay to my colleagues as an experience. You have to come up here, you have to see it. Somebody has to explain why it isn't just far away, why it is the centre of certain things, why it's an absolutely aspirational lifestyle for an awful lot of people. And if we can reach out to them in the right way, we can get them up here with the right infrastructure, and the right passion and the right skills. We've been doing a lot of work on grant funding, upping our game compared to the last 2022-2023 report. We've doubled the amount of money we put into grant funding for supporting apprentices, really building that lifeblood that will serve this community. And not just at Dounreay, but right across all of the partner organisations. So it's a real passion of mine and a real passion of the teams. Dounreay will play its role in a lot of things, but right now really trying to get some energy behind the skills challenges and the real skills opportunities. So I'm not going to stand up here for too long. For all our futures, for all our oranges, Simon, we'll say orange now. I'll get the whole corporate brand redone for all our oranges, but we can build it on something. We've got a clear lifetime plan, and that's taken a while coming. There will be lots more as we engage with the supply chain and unpack that and explain, particularly in that 5-year horizon, what are the real opportunities? What's more real than it previous was? What are we going to change to get there? But you won't hear me talking about an end date too much at all, if ever. That's something we know is there, we understand how we connect to it, but it's what's in front of us, how we drive this economy and drive my business. We've got a purpose. We can invest on it, you can invest on it. I've got a lot of investment to do now that I can see the end date that far away, but hopefully that allows you some certainty that we'll carry a lot of things along with it. And we'll build careers, not just jobs, big careers inside and outside Dounreay, and I'm really looking forward to that. So Dounreay is going to be a big part of Focus North and this community for a while to come. The future is definitely orange. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mark. Wow, so what did I take away from that? We're not going to talk about an end date, but we will continue to talk about what we're doing at Dounreay, what we can get you all involved in to take advantage of the opportunities for all of our futures. And with reference to that tube map graphic of where everything else is coming in and building and finishing and completing and getting consents and whatever else, Dounreay is the black northern line right through the middle of everything. We will keep pulling people in, Mark says. We will keep supporting the community. And we will keep needing the supply chain. We will keep on doing that for all of our futures. Beautifully said. Thank you so, so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to break for coffee and conversation. I know it's going to be tempting to check in on all of your work emails and take calls and whatever else, but please take the opportunity to be in the room, not necessarily just in this room, but in the room where the coffee is served, which is where you checked in earlier. We will be back at 11:15 prompt for a 45-minute industry panel. That was kind of how we got to it. This is where is the future going? And I hope this isn't a surprise to any of them, but that panel will comprise Richard Copeland, who's the project director of Pentland Offshore Wind Farm, Stuart Macaulay, project director for West of Orkney Wind Farm, Leslie Still, the chief of spaceport operations at Orbex, and Fraser Johnson, the O&M manager for Maygen Tidal. 2 offshore wind farms, a rocket ship, tidal power, and we've still got Dounreay, all right here. Why isn't everything focusing north? I'll see you at 11:15. Easy. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I find myself interrupting an amazing buzz of conversation. And also, can I apologise, having insisted that you all be back here at 11:15. I fear it's now 11:25. And probably a big part of that is my fault, because I was far too busy gassing to everybody who I met and who I haven't seen since last year, or I haven't seen some of them since another life. Welcome back, my goodness. I'm going to dive right in just by asking each of our panelists to introduce themselves, who they are, who they work for, and what their role is. Just a sort of top-line introduction from you all. Can I just ask you as well, your microphones, if you can have them really, really close, resting on your chins, then everyone will hear. And ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that when we get to the Q&A session, we have a couple of microphones which I think will be floating. If you wish to speak, put your hand up and then wait till the microphone gets to you so that we can hear properly who you are and what your question is. Does that make sense? Brilliant. I would say any questions, but I fear we'll be inundated and we never actually get to our panelists. So if I can ask you to just introduce yourselves first, and Richard, if you'd like to go first.
Sure. Is that loud enough?
That's
I think
perfect.
Perfect. I do a lot of karaoke, so I'm used to it.
Okay, what's your song? What's your song?
I don't want to say.
No, I really insist. So can I just say then the very first question, please, can we have from the audience, is to ask Richard what his karaoke song is.
Maybe later on tonight we'll see.
Hold that thought.
So yeah, I'm Richard Copeland. I'm the project director for the Pentland Floating Offshore Wind Farm. So Pentland's a 100 megawatt floating demonstrator project off the coast of Dounreay, and I'll maybe come back and say a little bit more about where we are on the project. But I work for a company called Copenhagen Offshore Partners. So we are the development arm of a company called Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. They're essentially the world's largest renewable energy infrastructure fund. And they've raised about 25 billion euros to purely invest in renewable energy infrastructure. And they've already done a considerable amount of work in the UK. For example, they were one of the partners in the Beatrice project in the Moray Firth, and otherwise in Scotland they're also developing the UK's largest battery plant just outside Glasgow just now.
So that's not the one that was supposed to be at Cali Stadium. We'll just gloss over that then, shall we?
No, not that one. Yes, yeah. But hey, if they need some money, maybe we can help them out. But yeah, so basically the Pentland project for us is our flagship floating demonstrator, and it's where we see that our floating wind portfolio will kickstart right up here in Caithness and Sutherland. But I'll come back to the project after, unless you want me to say a bit more now.
That's fine for now. Thank you very much, Richard. Leslie, a sort of top-line introduction from you, and tell us what it is that you do.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you first for the opportunity to speak here at the Focus North conference. My name is Leslie Still. I am Chief of Spaceport Operations for Orbix. Got to be the coolest job in the world. Been in the industry now just for 8 months, long history in Scottish aviation. So who are Orbix? They're an orbital launch company. We've been established since 2015. We're currently building and developing the world's most environmentally friendly rocket, using up to 96% less than regular fossil fuels. We're also building the spaceport right here in Sutherland, which is an uber exciting thing. We're doing that in a carbon neutral way, and we're looking forward to getting our launches underway soon. We're permitted to launch up to 12 launches per year, and that is going to sustain and grow the jobs and economy in the area, and we're very much looking forward to an exciting journey. Is it, Nikki?
Thank you very much, Leslie. Fraser, let's hear from you.
Good morning. So I'm Fraser Johnson. I'm the O&M manager for the Maygen Tidal Array. I've been working in that company since about 2014. We've currently got 4 turbines working on site, generating about 6 megawatts, and then we're moving from that into an extension, which will be another 50 megawatts, 17 turbines coming in 27 and 28. They're awarded contracts under the government CFD, AR4 and AR5 rounds. The project itself is really the Maygen original array. It's a Pathfinder demonstration project. So work out what all the problems are, fix them, and then make that industry commercial, which is where we're pushing forwards to now. We have a substation just along from John O'Groats onshore, which is where we'll be extending to have the extra 50 megawatts, and then unfortunately we have an operations base down in Nig because of the size of turbines that we have, and really the deep water facilities that we've got down there. But we are looking at other technologies, so same turbines but smaller, and then looking at actually using facilities at Ness of Coys where we can maintain the stuff locally rather than having to move to the south.
And just to clarify, is that Nick Cromarty Firth or Nig Aberdeenshire?
Sorry, Nig Cromarty Firth.
Nig Cromarty Firth. Okay, that's grand. Thank you very much. And Stuart, let's hear from you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Loud enough? Stuart Macaulay. So I'm the project director for the West of Orkney wind farm. So we're a fixed bottom, up to around about 2 gigawatt wind site, sit roughly about 25 kilometres off the Sutherland coast, and we'll tie in our power export via that route. I think it's great being involved in these projects. My background was previously in oil and gas, and I think the big difference with offshore wind is there's a real connection with the community and a real drive to try and make it beneficial to the local community and stimulate the local supply chain. So that's really a real focus for our project. We've committed to up to 60% of the project cost over the lifetime to be spent in the UK, 40% of that in Scotland. And really we've got a huge focus on this area as well, to try and really do what we can to help make sure that we provide the opportunities and make it clear and prepare the local supply chain to be involved in our project. So a really exciting year ahead for us, and some real material progress we've made at the end of last year and in the coming year ahead.
Thank you very much. Richard, you were at the launch of Focus North last year. And as I remember, we were talking about floating offshore planning applications. You had 2 that were still to be decided. Tell us where you are now. I mean, you maybe kind of touched on that, but just tell us where. Goodness, that's gone bright. You can all see my wrinkles much better now, can't you? Laughter lines. Thank you, Leslie. Construction. Talk about construction jobs. Talk about sort of timelines for when you really hope to be operational and bringing energy ashore.
Absolutely. So yeah, well, thanks very much for having me back. I hope to keep my 100% record at Focus North going so far. So, but yeah, to give you an update versus where we were last year, as I said, it was a 100 megawatt project off the coast of Dounreay. We acquired a previous test and demonstrate site that we were redeveloping, and we've very quickly moved through that development process. So we have our grid connection, we have our offshore lease, we have our onshore planning permission, we have our offshore consent. And really the last piece of the puzzle for us to then move into construction is the contract for difference, so CFD. So this is the regime that through actually, you know, most power generation in the UK is now supported. I think it's no secret that the last year was actually quite a challenging year for the offshore wind sector. So I guess still the supply chain recovering from that sort of triple shock from COVID, Ukraine, and the sort of high inflation environment. And what you actually saw is no offshore wind projects, fixed or floating, bid actually in the CFD round last year, ourselves included. And simply we weren't able to make it work with the current support levels, and I think as well the government weren't able really to react quickly enough. So they've now reacted and made some changes to the auction regime, both for fixed and floating, and we'll certainly be looking to enter the auction this year. It's known as Allocation Round 6, AR6, you'll hear people say a lot, and really for us that is the next main step to move into construction. And for us, we would then take a financial investment decision in 2025 and be fully operational by 2028. I think some of you are familiar with the project previously. We were previously taking an approach of deploying a single turbine demonstrator first, followed by a small array. Due to the sort of changes we made last year, we've decided to almost skip the demonstrator stage and move straight to the small array, because obviously the later and later we deploy the demo, the less value it has. But we're still actually moving ahead with the construction of that foundation at least. So that's the broad sort of next steps and timeline for the project. In terms of the local opportunities,
Can I just
sure,
interrupt you for
yeah.
a second, Richard? What What about risk? I mean, what is the likelihood of it all happening? Now, there may be many people in the room here who know how likely it is that it will actually be all constructed and then operational, but I don't know the answer to that. How likely are you to get the whole thumbs up to be putting that investment in and to start construction?
Sure, I mean, yeah, and maybe I'm biased, but I would say very likely.
Can you put a figure on it?
90%, I would give.
Okay.
So for me, for us, it's a project and we're a fund and we need to make a commercial return, but it's also a strategic project for us. We have a large floating portfolio globally, and I think I explained before, the rationale for floating wind is very strong, but there is some novelties and things that need to be tested. So we stand on the shoulders of fixed bottom offshore wind, which has been very successful, but there are some things we need to test. So for us, it's really a strategic imperative to get the project in the water. I think for us, as I said, the main missing piece of the puzzle just now is that CFD. So once we have that in hand, we can move forward. So yeah, I think for us it's really strategically important that the project goes ahead and moves into construction. And we have projects like on the East Coast, Ocean project, which is a 3.6 gigawatt floating project with SSE and Marubeni. We can't go ahead and build that today without doing Pentland. I don't think anyone would invest in a floating project of that scale without doing projects like Pentland. So it's of importance to us. I think it's of importance to the local community, but it's actually a globally important project. I do a lot of work on our global floating projects, and everyone's talking about Pentland. They want to see it happen because they know what we're going to test. And I think there's a big legacy that could be possible from that project being locally done. Yeah.
And it's amazing that it's all really happening here, right?
Yes.
Right here.
Yes, right here. So it goes back to the geography.
Matters.
Yeah, exactly. I think Scotland in general is a great place for floating wind. But yeah, because of the geography, it's why you've got a number of fixed and floating projects off the coast of Caithness trying to be developed. You've got fantastic wind resource. I think the grid infrastructure needs to come as well, but I think great potential there. And you already, I think, start to have things like right here in Wick, for example, the O&M port. Our O&M port for Pentland will be at Scrabster, same as west of Orkneys, etc. So already you can kind of see a clustering effect beginning in the region. And the more projects that go ahead, the more that will happen.
I'm going to skip along to Fraser, because from something that's 90% definitely going to happen, you're actually up and running and it's tidal. And again, it's because of the geography, because of that treacherous shipping channel, but you're taking advantage of the really, really strong tides to create what you're creating and rolling that out globally. There is a question in there. I'm not just talking at you and telling you what your business does. Tell us, Richard, where you are now with Maygen.
So with Maygen at the moment, you mentioned about standing on the shoulders of previous technology. So the Maygen project is really the foundation of that knowledge going forward. So what works? Does it work? How long can you put turbine subsea? We've had a 1.5 megawatt turbine subsea now for 5 years and 3 months, continually operating all the way through.
And they're not rusting?
Nope, doesn't rust, keeps going, keeps generating. Yeah, but that's, when we started, the expectation was, 2 years, you ought to bring it out. No, 5's possible, and we're moving to 7. So the CFD, the contract is 15 years long, so you maintain in the middle, do one maintenance, bring them out. So that's proving the technology. The next bit, then moving to Maygen, there's probably 3 big challenges that we've got. 2 are local, and 1 is not. So the first one is environmental, looking at the environment, looking at the harbour seal, which is our main kind of receptor around an environmental concern. How does the turbine work with dolphins, fish, salmon, all those kind of elements of understanding what the impact is? That's kind of a local thing that we're working on very hard. The second one local is grid. So we've had a grid connection offer for about the last 10 years. But now getting to the sticky end of the wedge and kind of going to SSE transmission, we want to build it. There's no needs case. You don't need it. It's like, if we don't build it, the grid, we can't do the project. So we ourselves are looking at battery energy storage projects to bring them into Caithness to show the needs case to work that alongside tidal, which brings in more technology to Caithness, more jobs, more people, more bits and pieces. But if we don't do the battery energy storage, we won't probably get get the Maygen project away.
Now, I'm going to interrupt you because you said there were 3 main challenges, and this is just at number 2. But where I am understanding the whole story of renewables, and particularly this part of the world and their huge potential to solve so many power problems, the real sticking point is lack of grid connection further south, isn't it? Is it?
Yes.
Am I being too simplistic
No,
here?
no, it is. You've got a huge amount of offshore wind that's going to come. Okay, well, when are you going to build the transmission grid to get the power from here south? Or when are you going to build the battery energy storage projects? When are you going to build the data centers? We've looked at a data center for Caithness, but there's no grid, there's no cable connection to Celtic North, which goes around the top from Norway to Ireland. Well, can't we just stick a spur in and you've got a data center connection into Caithness? So there's all these things that we could do, but it's trying to find a way to actually make them a reality. So data centers up here, that's a strategic importance. Grid connection, strategic importance. Battery energy storage, strategic importance. You've got all this information, all this infrastructure up here, but we need to kind of think slightly outside the box to make it a reality.
Stuart, where are you now? What is happening with your organisation? What are you producing? I mean, obviously, we've got Richard standing on your shoulders.
Yes. Not literally, hopefully.
But standing on the shoulders of,
No,
of fixed wind.
Yeah, I think where we are, the days of easy sites for fixed bottom offshore wind are gone. So within
And again, I'm going to interrupt you. Is this why we need more floating?
Yeah, eventually you will get to a point where you want to where you'll have to go floating because waters are deeper and to find enough generation sites. So we were part of the ScotWind leasing round, which was an extremely large leasing round that the Scottish Government held. And basically around about 20 gigawatts worth of licenses were given out. The West of Orkney wind farm was actually in a very fortunate position, though, because it was actually worked pretty hard by Ridge, and Mike's here today, a number of years earlier. So a lot of preparation work was carried out prior to the actual ScotWind round going ahead. That meant that we're ahead of the game in terms of that ScotWind round, and that's really important because there's a huge bow wave of work and regulatory work that is required and grid work that's required to enable all these projects to come online. So the real advantage that we have is that Richard mentioned earlier, there are a number of key milestones that you have to hit, and there are probably 4. So you have to get your lease, which we have. Grid is a massive issue with all the ScotWind projects at the moment, and as Fraser said, that lack of infrastructure. Our grid application actually went in 2019, and we actually have a grid connection, and it's to tie into the Spittal, and our export route is via 2 very large HVDC, so very large cables that are going to run from the Spittal to Peterhead, then Peterhead down to Lincolnshire, and those projects are underway. So that's really important that you see that progress. The projects are being executed. So we have a viable route to grid now for 2029 and the full capacity in 2030. And that's a firm offer we have from SSEN. So that's a key milestone that we hit. So that's 2 of them. The third one that we've actually, again, we feel we're ahead of the game, but is really vital is consenting and planning. So we were the first ScotWind project to submit our offshore consent. That went in September last year, and our onshore planning application for the new substation at Spittal. So that went in November last year. And those are really, really key consents and approvals that we require to unlock a lot of the funding for investment in the local supply chain. They're also really key in terms of meeting our overall timeline and getting to an export in 29. So at the moment, we're on track to come out of that consenting process in the 4th quarter this year. And really, that's what a lot of the team have been working on, to make sure that we can actually efficiently come out of that. And that really is important, because that gives a lot of certainty to, or a lot more confidence to our stakeholders.
So once you've got that certainty and that the confidence then of all the planning consents, is it as simple as then construction can start?
Not quite. That's where, again,
I'm always an optimist.
I love an optimist. I'm quite optimistic myself, and I think we will get there. But again, the final
Okay,
one
so
of those four.
I put Richard on the
Yeah.
on the spot. I think we'll get there. Where are we? I mean, how optimistic?
In terms of the site will be developed. The challenge at the moment is understanding on which, as Richard mentioned, the CFD auction round.
Okay.
So at the moment, by having our consent and our grid in place, that qualifies us for the AR7 round, which is going to take place in 25. So if we achieve that, if we achieve our CFD in that auction round, then it would be 2029.
Right.
If we're unsuccessful, we would go into the AR8 round, which more than likely would delay us till 2030.
There's a lot hanging around, isn't there?
Well, there's a lot to do as well. I mean, when we're
Yeah.
talking about west of Orkney, we're talking about a world-scale project. You know, you've got 125 turbines sitting in 60 metres of water. They're probably over 200 metres high. So to actually achieve 29, there's a lot of work you have to do now. And that's why we're heavily engaged in understanding the supply chain. Now, there's two supply chains. I would split it. There's the tier one supply chain, which is the sort of, if you like, international mega project scale contractors that are going to provide heavy lift vessels for us. Now, their order books are starting to fill up from 28 and 29 beyond.
So you need
So we have to be
your
in the game.
consents and be then, on the lists.
That's why consents are really, really important to
Yeah.
us, because that's when these guys are looking at who are the potential projects that they should target, and they've got a range. It's a seller's market. They look at it and say, well, these guys have got grid, they've got consent, they've got a plan, they've got a strong plan. Importantly as well with West of Orkney, we have strong backing. So we don't look for finance. We have Corio Generation as a partner, who are effectively the development arm of Macquarie Bank, and we have Total Energies, which multinational energy company, and Ridge as well with the local connection. So we have all if you like, all the ducks in a row, all the aces are lined up. The last one being the consent, and the final one that gets us into the game, and then it's about bidding and winning an auction, and a lot of that's down to government policy, the size of the pot, the competition. That's where the uncertainty and timing comes. But we have the twice I've been to Orkney, I can attest to it as a world-class site for a wind farm. The resource that's up there is beyond
Lucky
anything.
to have any here left at all.
Well, I've got very little to start with. Then after that visit, I was short another few. But that's really that's the benefit of this area. It is a world-class resource that we have here. So there are challenges, and we've mentioned them a few times around about grid and the like, but those will be solved because we need the energy, and this is the best place to develop.
That sounds like a beautiful place to wrap up with you, Stuart. Leslie, we're hearing that geography is incredibly important in terms of both fixed and floating wind, and of course then tidal energy as well. Why was geography really one of the main factors in Orbex coming to Voyne Point?
Yeah, this part of the world certainly lends itself to them. Clearly, you want to get offshore as soon as possible in an unpopulated area. And we looked at the trajectories that our companies were looking for and the various launch sites and where the orbits that we need to go to. So Sutherland was very much the natural choice for us. We're on the mainland, and we saw the supply chain up through Inverness, up through Caithness as particularly important, and also for attracting locals, regenerating the area. You were working very, very hard with UHI for Space STEM and courses to provide the workforce coming through. So we felt that Sutherland and Caithness was a really good area to capture all of that and then deliver the economic growth at the same time.
So it ticks all of your boxes, and again, that being at the most northerly mainland point, so you get that trajectory away up and off and into space. How exciting is that? So tell us where you are just now. I overheard a conversation earlier with somebody saying, I've kind of lost track of what's happening, Leslie. Where are you on the race to, get into space from Sutherland?
Okay, first of all, it's not a race for us. We're developing
I know, but it sounds
and
good,
building.
space
It
race, you know,
does
it's a kind
sound
of thing.
good.
You've got to forgive me that.
It does sound good. There are other operators out there. We wish them well, but we're not keen to be first. We're keen to get it as right as possible.
I love that.
We're developing and building our own rocket. We're developing and building our own spaceport. So it's a fairly complex thing that we're doing. So where are we? If I got £1 for every time somebody said to me, when's your first launch? I would be able to retire right at this moment in time. Internally, yes, of course, we are working to a plan. But as you can imagine, we've got 3 very important strands to come together for that to happen.
So what are those strands?
So we've got the rocket development itself. That is going absolutely great guns. We're the research team. We've got some fairly clever people in the company, actual rocket scientists. And so that's all coming together, and just all what we're trying to do is a world first, the world's most environmentally friendly rocket. So we pull it off. It'll be absolutely fantastic here up in the Highlands. The second bit is the licensing process, which we're heavily engaged with the CAA. And now that is for spaceport. It's also for launch operator, and it's also for range operations. So we've got 3 different ones. And if I was to tell you how many hundreds of thousands of documents we've got to produce, naturally, in respect of safety cases. Simon and I were talking about earlier the different strands and things that you get involved in. I never knew I'd need to know about sheep roaming rights. I didn't know that I need to know about marine ecology and peat restoration plans.
But isn't it
So that's all
that these things
all
are
coming together.
That
Yeah.
that does that everyone is insisting that you take that into account, because with all the sheep and the marine life has been here, and the peat bog.
They'll be here after
the
us.
importance of them all. They will be here. They've been here before us. They'll be here after. Maybe
Yeah.
not quite so many sheep.
So in terms of the spaceport, that was the third thing. We are building on a peat bog. I've learned about floating road technology, if anybody wants to pick my brains about that one. It's a fairly expensive piece of civil engineering, which the guys have overcome. I think on stage 1 we had a bit of a delay because we did all the ecological surveys of the peat and what we could expect to find underground. We did that every 5 metres.
Oh, wow.
And Sod's Law, we discovered the problems at 7 and 17 and 21 and 23. So the first 250 metres we knew was going to be the most problematic, and it was. So we had to go back to the drawing board a few times, but we're absolutely going great guns. We've got the water crossings going in this next week. We've got a helicopter doing underslung load to fill up those abutments. So it's absolutely cracking on at pace. So we need all 3 of those things to come together. A lot of variables, as you can imagine, but we'll let you know as soon as we do. Yeah.
As soon as you do. So the same way, I suppose, as Mark was saying, we're not going to put a date on the end of Dounreay. You can't yet put a date on the start of Orbex sending rockets into space.
Internally, we're working to that, but I think until we get all our technology and proven and any other build issues, the CAA are working very hard with us to mature the licensing processes that we need, and the range control, for example. So there's a lot of unknown variables at the moment, but we're on track internally to the date that we're working to. And as soon as we're ready to publish that, we'll share it with you all.
Fantastic. Well, let us know first, please, Leslie. So opportunities then. We've heard that there are obstacles in the way. There are, the sort of grid consents and grids and licenses and all sorts of stuff. But let's focus on the positive. What are the real opportunities then for this region? Let's assume every box is ticked and everything is going to go ahead. We'll start with you again, Richard. So what are we looking at in terms of jobs, in terms of potential prosperity for the region?
Sure. So I would split it into the construction stage and the operational stage. In the construction stage, as Stuart explained, we'll probably have a series, maybe 5, 6 of large contracts, but then there's a huge number of opportunities in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 contracts as well. So things like supplying kit to the the floating foundations that we'll assemble, so actually fabricating pieces of it. The way we do it is different modules, so there is actually opportunity. It's not like you need to build the whole thing in a big shipyard.
So smaller companies can take a chunk.
Exactly. So there's opportunities there. There's also opportunities to support these larger tier 1 contractors across a number of different things, and even, for example, during construction, for example, it may be the likes of Scrabsters utilised for what we call marshalling of mooring lines, anchors, cables, etc. Again, it's down to the geography. It makes sense. And then there's also the construction of the grid connection itself. So we need to build onshore cabling, onshore substation, etc. And interestingly, it's an opportunity, but something myself and Stuart were speaking about last night is actually there's a high likelihood we could be building at the same time. So there's a big opportunity, but also there's a big challenge there around making sure, we have accommodation, connectivity, transport links for these kind of things. It's a huge opportunity, but it brings challenges with that as well. These world-leading infrastructure projects happening on the doorstep. So I think in the construction stage, I actually do think there's quite a lot of opportunity for the region. And then we come on to operations and maintenance. So I mean, these projects get operated for 25 years plus. So it's high quality, long-term jobs. And as I said, there is that cascading effect of the supply chain around that. So I mean, Pentland's a demonstrator project. We'll employ 10 to 15 people directly to operate it. But we think wider than that, with the cascading effect, it's probably going to create sort of 85 to 100 FTE equivalent jobs around actually making it happen. Yeah. And so that goes for 25 years, hopefully longer. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in O&M as well.
Let's move on, because I'm conscious that time is against us, as always. Leslie, the opportunities, you've got hundreds in the construction phase, or there will be once you get to the actual spaceport. What happens beyond?
Echoing Richard there, I think construction operation, at the moment on site we've got 20 construction guys plus 3 people dedicated to design. We've created over 120 jobs in Forres, and already we're looking at expanding our capacity. We've got more business than we can shake a stick at, which is fantastic. So we're already looking at how do we expand, how do we build extra factories, so on and so forth. The jobs in this area particularly, I think, have been very honest and said that it really needs, part of the pun, to match the trajectory of what we're doing. I'll take that. Thank you very much. That's it for the moment. So it will be, because we're going to, until we get to the full cadence, it'll be a few jobs initially, locally, but we're also super keen to be cultivating through with the Highlands and Islands University. We're partnered up with university, with Virginia Spaceport to tap into all their educational programs to backfill what we're doing with Highlands. So that's been happening since I joined the company. So to get the pipeline of people, youngsters, and for Kirsty and myself, we go out to the schools, we speak to STEM, but not just the secondary school kids, the primary school kids. You've heard me say before, I was enthused age 6 because I went to Aberdeen Airport and got to board a plane, and that's what set me on my journey. So if we could enthuse the youngsters through there. So the pipeline for the future is one. We've created 120 in Forres, another 3 or 4 here. We've got 2030 construction that's going to ramp up again, and we're looking forward to the future.
Fantastic. Opportunities then from you, Fraser. I mean, what are...
So
you're already operating.
We're already operating,
more
yeah.
consents in the future.
So 2 ways of looking at this. One, there's an industry metric that says marine renewables, so it's 20 jobs per megawatt installed, multiplied by the local content. So our local content.
Okay, I'm not a STEM.
No. So our local content.
My daughter is a maths geek. I don't know where she got it from.
Our local content's about 50%. So take the 20 jobs, times it by 50%, you've got 10 jobs per megawatt. We've got a 50 megawatt array, so that's 500 jobs. So Maygen project should generate 500 jobs. 500 is probably at the upper end, so you're probably between 400 and 500. Okay.
Are we talking 500 locally?
You're talking about 500 jobs created in that, so you are, in that region where you're operating. So on the flip side of that, you've got Maygen that is operating. Okay, so what have we done? What have we done over the last 2 years? So last year, turbine maintenance, I signed off about 1.5 million of PO for the maintenance process. About 600,000 of that went into NIG, the local area, within about 30 miles. That was spent. The next 400,000 was Scotland, and then the last 500,000 was the UK and Europe. So that's the way we can actually say, well, how much money are you spending here? What is going on? And then in addition to that, we've also got the local substation, which is pulling people up into this area. Our ops manager lives along the road. You know, he kind of works in this region. So it's really trying to look at that Maygen model and say, okay, so these are big turbines. They weigh 160 tons. Well, okay, can we get 20-ton turbines, and can we then do it up in Caithness? The economics is probably still the same, but the local benefit is vastly different. And that is what we're looking at the moment, saying, look, okay, we've got this project where it's 50 megawatts, but that's in the deep water bit. In the inner sound, well, we've got a shallower bit. Smaller turbines, lighter turbines, what can we do for the local? So that's an area we're kind of working at and looking at the moment.
And very briefly, Stuart, because I know that I want to bring in the audience, and we're pretty well at time already for this panel session. Opportunities then, I mean,
I think Richard covered the operation and maintenance side really well. I think there is a part here, though, around about first mover advantage. You know, if
first mover
advantage. So there will be investment in yards and ports around about the UK and actually across Europe and the world. If we can secure construction and fabrication in this area, then that first mover advantage will be huge because other projects will follow. And I think what will happen ultimately is we're talking about the projects that are at the front of the pack at the moment. It's really important that they're supported and they're basically, we win the work for this area because there'll be a long, long pipeline to come. We mentioned at the start, you know, there's a huge number of ScotWind licenses. They all can't happen in 2030, even though lots of people tell you that. They will go on for a number of years, probably decades. And if you have the facility here, then others will follow because it's an established facility.
Just to be 100% clear then, who holds the cards?
It's a mixture. It's roundabout. Like we go back to making sure that it's easy for businesses to establish. It's making sure.
Who's making these decisions?
So partly it's government. Partly
Scottish, UK, combination of the two.
A combination of the two. There's also roundabout go back to consenting and planning, making it happen, making it easy to happen, be first in place. But also the local supply chain. If it's easy to have secondary fabrication, for example, and there are facilities in the area, they will naturally win that work, you know. Yeah. And so again, it's about making these initial projects successful and making sure that they're local. And that, I think, will be the key to the real opportunity, which is the long-term future.
Thank you very much. I'd like to bring the audience in now. Do we have a couple of microphones? Is somebody with a microphone who can jump into the audience? Stephen. And I'd like you please to take this lady first here because she's going to ask about Richard's karaoke song.
I could accompany him, but what I want to ask about is the natural outworkings of what the panel have been talking about, the offshore energy and spaceport supply chain development. And the thing that it's been touched upon, but I really want to emphasize, is there's a huge opportunity in peatland restoration. Myself and Peter are here today to talk about the Campster Peatland Regeneration Project. And that is an opportunity that's short-term, medium-term, long-term. It's got everything. Now, it will spin out of supply chain opportunities that you guys are developing for us. Now, you probably haven't given it a lot of consideration, so I'm urging the panel to tell us how you're going to work in peatland regeneration and our Carbon Zero project, which is a 300-acre massive environmental and socio-economic opportunity. And these jobs are coming now. How are you going to direct opportunities into that, as well as obviously your offshore and space projects?
Can I just interrupt for a second, because we do have Kirsty who will be talking a little bit later on specifically about peatland restoration. So I wonder if I can ask you to hang on to that question until she's spoken, or is
I
this
could. Are you going to let the panel off then?
No, I'm not going to let anybody off. Right, very briefly, in one sentence, because I know Leslie has already spoken about the difficulties of putting a floating road over a peatland. Are you going to let her off for that, or is that going to be a... In fact,
Well, I'd sort of address it to my colleague here, Peter. He's going to stand up so you can all see him.
Thank you, Louise. Peter Darmady. It really is a snapshot of how are you going to look at carbon offsetting for your projects?
Very concise. Carbon offsetting. Leslie, I think you said you're hoping
For us, we're going to be a carbon neutral footprint for the thing. We actually have planning conditions to meet, but more importantly, we've got conscientious, our own obligations to meet. So we have a peat restoration plan. We've got full-time, part-time, I should say, environmental works who actually monitor, and all those reports will be a matter of public record.
So for the rest of you, offshore wind and tidal, you're mainly out at sea. I mean, we talk about the mainland, but you're actually taking advantage of what's happening in the Pentland Firth. But of course, if you've got batteries and you've got pipelines and whatever, that is going to perhaps impact peatlands. Just a quick.
Yeah, so our local grid connection is only about 7 kilometres away, so it's fairly close. But I'll be honest and say I don't know much about the project that you've got, but I'll take a commitment to go and have a look and see what we can do. With regards to the carbon offset, it's not a requirement on us. And again, I'll say it's a turbine supplier conversation, but it's something that we do. We try and do as much as we can in Scotland. So the turbines I currently have should go back to Germany for maintenance. We do them at NIG because that was a commitment that we said we would do them in Scotland, and we are doing them in Scotland. So I think from our perspective, it's trying to reduce the amount of time we spend driving things around, which again is bringing things to Caithness, looking at smaller turbines, looking at the alternatives to bring that up here. But I will go and have a look at your project.
And I will also say that our next speaker is going to be Nadeem from Net Carbon Nation, so maybe some of that will be covered off as well. Very, very briefly, wind.
Yeah, I mean, I can comment. I mean, it's similar. We're offshore and we have onshore work, so of course we have to look at sort of environmental plans and mitigations when we're constructing that. But again, similar. I'm not too familiar with the project, so I'd love to have a conversation about. I guess from our perspective, is it maybe more a case of okay, or is there other local initiatives? Obviously, what we are doing will reduce emissions. Fundamentally as a project. But I guess is the question more around as a project or corporate entities, would we support sort of local projects? Is that more the angle you ask? Okay.
The beauty of conference and being here today is that we built in an hour and a half for lunch. So I'm hoping that you can perhaps talk to each other then, because there were lots of hands raised. I'm wondering if we can go to somebody else. Am I cutting in and out here? Not to worry. But thank you, Louise and Peter, for your questions. Can we have any more questions, please? There were some other... lady next to you with her hand up. Yeah, just pass the microphone there. If you could introduce yourself, please, and then ask your question. And this may have to be the last one because we're cutting into Nadeem's time.
My name's Vida Johnson. I'm from Thurso. I'll be perfectly honest with you, when it comes to electric and things like that, I'm quite naive, okay? But what I don't understand is that it's the wind and the Maygen. Why is it that we have to have so many generators and everything else built like a Spittal? Why can you not tie into their Spittal project, and actually use their link then from Spittal to Peterhead to wherever it was? Why can't you guys link in with him?
Who wants to take that one? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I can probably give an answer in terms of the sheer volume of electricity that is going to have to be transported around the country in the coming years. So obviously can't cope with it. So there has to be a very large upgrade programme. And what effectively the grid has done is, rather than having each individual project just be looked at in isolation and have a small, you can almost think of a small sticking plaster here to here to here. What they've actually sat back and said is, okay, from a holistic view, if we are to increase the volume of renewable electricity and conventional electricity generation that we need to transport, what's the most efficient way of designing a network to actually transport it to where it's needed? So a number of these, you've effectively got some nodes that'll be main points where a number of projects can then tie in, and then some main reinforcement works that can transfer the energy from where it's generated most efficiently to where it's needed. So it's really down to how much need it, and then what's the most efficient design and the lowest cost design to actually take it to where it's required. And you know,
The question was, will you be linking to Spittal? Oh, they're off.
I'm quite loud anyway. So for
The problem is that we won't catch you on the YouTube. So
this one, there we go.
yep, there we go. We've got one working.
So for Pentland, for example, we're off the coast at Dounreay, and we actually go to the most direct point we can connect to the grid. So there's a kilometre for Magen, is it? Or
Can I ask you to carry this on over lunch?
Sure.
Would that be all right? Because we are out of time.
And it
ladies and
was just to say, sorry, that peatland restoration fills supply chain gaps because it doesn't need the grid connection. So I think, you know, the next 10, 15, 20 years, wherever there's a supply chain gap, we feed into peatland restoration because it doesn't need, it's not caught up in the programme of grid connection.
Okay, well, my understanding, and maybe the panel will correct me if I'm wrong, is that we actually need the renewable energy that's created in this part of the world, and this is talking very simplistically, in order to meet our national commitment to get to net zero, because not just because it's a Scottish Government commitment, but because it's the right thing to do for, you know, global warming and because of the climate crisis that we're in. And if we're creating this renewable energy up here, in the powerhouse of renewable energies here, we have to be able to get it to other parts of the country, and that has to happen by pipelines and pylons and cables and all sorts of things. And unfortunately, that's the way it just is. Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if we can leave the panel discussion there. I had so much that I wanted to ask you all, but I will do that over lunchtime. Please join me in massively thanking Richard, Leslie, Fraser and Stuart. Thank you all so much. Thank you. And you will seamlessly now move off the stage. Thank you very, very much. Clearly, we have a real interest in the room, although I think they're just leaving, for a discussion about peatland restoration and about net zero. Scotland led the world in becoming one of the first nations to declare a global climate emergency in April 2019, setting an ambitious target to be net zero by 2045. While we were preparing for this conference today, Peter mentioned that for many large companies, around 70% of their carbon footprint comes from, not from their own operations, but from the SMEs in their supply chain. So increasingly, net zero accreditation is becoming an essential requirement of the procurement process. So it is vital, absolutely vital, for SMEs to become accredited or certified, not just for the good of our planet, but for the continued future of their business. Net Zero Nation is a social enterprise which started in 2021 to help businesses embrace net zero and achieve accreditation. Please join me in welcoming Nadeem Shapur, the Chief Impact Officer from Net Zero Nation, who's going to explain more. Nadeem, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. As the slide says, that's Nadeem Shapur. He's the Chief Impact Officer. What does that actually mean? I've been involved in sustainability for over 20 years. I did work with the major oil and gas companies in environmental health and safety, looked at the whole challenge around emissions management for the past 2 decades. But first of all, before I start, you had Glasgow very well covered, Peter, in this presentation. Why, you say? First you had the orange, right, which half of Glasgow would be happy with. Then then Dounreay, you had the green. So I think we've got a very balanced presentation. So I, as you can kind of guess, I spent most of my life in early life in Glasgow. Graduated from Strathclyde Uni, and went and worked for the energy industry for the next 20 decades. So I know it's and I've also worked in SMEs as well, so I kind of really know what the challenges are. You have to be a jack of all trades, and you have to manage very tight budgets. And then you say, oh, net zero, what is that actually going to mean for me? So hopefully I'm going to try and find a way for you guys to actually be positive about the upcoming challenges. So why is it net zero important? Net zero, from my point of view, is important because we need to find new ways of engaging our youngsters, our people that are coming through, who are very, very passionate about the environment and the impact that we've been having. As my generation hasn't been very good to the environment, we have to make sure that we leave a legacy that ensures that there's sufficient opportunities in a green economy for those youngsters to take over. So what we've been doing, why are we here today? I've heard so many good stories today. I being a Central Belter, I wasn't aware of the technical expertise that's available up here, wasn't aware of the huge projects in terms of wind, and I have to say I'm very thankful for all the wind and energy projects that are going on, because it obviously powers my home. So as I said, it's just, I think there's a unique opportunity, is a neat confluence happening now. But as Peter's and other conversations I've been having up here, 80% of supply chains are of SMEs, and those have a huge impact on corporate supply chains. And Net Zero Nation is about helping SMEs. So you hear two terms quite a lot. One is net zero, the other is carbon neutral. Carbon neutral is a very narrow focus. So basically you're trying to say, I can address my first two scope 1, which is energy that you burn. Scope 2 is energy that you buy in. And scope 3 is your supply chain. So that's very simplistic, right? And I'm a very simple guy. So if you look at carbon neutral, companies will try and maximize what they can in terms of mitigation in scope 1 and scope 2. Scope 3, they might find a challenge. Maybe the technology is not there yet to mitigate scope 3. But what they tend to do is buy carbon offset projects. And some people will boo or hiss me for saying this, but I'm not a big proponent of carbon offset, because I think net zero is the only way to go, because that is where you're actually physically extracting carbon out of your operations. And I am a strong believer that a good job, a long-term job needs to be done in this area. So what we did, so I'm just going to explain some of the regulations. There's loads of regulation, right? Whether you're exporting to Europe, whether you're exporting to international companies, all of them are driven by regulation at the moment. So in the UK, there's a standard called the SECR, and if you've got 250 employees, if you've got over 36 million turnover, or you've got a balance sheet of 18 million, you have to report your scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. And unfortunately, those companies are now putting pressure on their suppliers to give that data to them. So in a roundabout way, even if you say, this doesn't affect me because I don't have 250 employees, I don't have 36 million revenue, you will be asked, no doubt, in the future. Guy, unfortunately, he couldn't be here, but he set it up after COP26. COP26, one of the great things that, well, not great things, but one of the things we found out, there's a lot of provisioning for corporates in terms of their journey to net zero, but there wasn't enough support for SMEs. For instance, there are educational sources available, there's online training available, there's very passive types of interaction available. And what wasn't available is, I don't want to read about it. Tell me how to do it. Help me do it. Give me the expertise. Provide me support. So that was missing. So what Gavin did was he set up a small team of experts in this particular area, and I don't think I'm an expert, but he thought I was. He employed those folks to focus on how do we build a platform that will accelerate the mass mobilization of SMEs. Because if 80% of the emissions are coming from SMEs, you need a pathway, you need a very strong, you need leadership, and you need to grow leadership as well. So the whole program was, like, let's grow leaders, let's give them the ownership, let them do it. It's not Net Zero Nation's job, but we're going to be facilitators for the next few years. So just coming up to why do we exist? This has been gone over quite a lot in the last few hours. One of the things that you will have noticed, 2023 was one of the hottest years and wettest years in UK records, or global records, they say. But I can testify that I've spoken to some meteorologists and they've said the same thing. So there must be, there's two camps at the moment. One are climate skeptics will say this is naturally what happens on the planet. Planet changes temperature over time, and this is just a natural occurrence. And some will say, human beings are making an impact, so therefore we need to change our behavior. So what, if you're a climate skeptic, would you actually add more fuel to a burning fire? Or the fire you're trying to put out? No. So I would, caution businesses that if you're climate skeptical, you are going to be pressured by your customers. If you're very green, then you'll be able to take commercial advantage of this. So this, little nice picture, it was just a way of saying, testifying that we're actually doing something right because someone's recognized. SEED is a Centre of Engineering, Education and Development. And some of the work we've done with a lot of engineering companies over the last year and a half, we were put forward for the award, and I wasn't invited. I only do the work. This particular case study, I just want to get, these are businesses like yours. They're not like Dunray or Unilever. These are actual small businesses who have taken advantage of net zero. So Jim Gemmell runs ZE Global, and he bid for a HM government contract. They provide security services, and they and their competitors didn't comply with what the government was looking for in terms of ongoing sustainability data and planning, and so basically the whole tender was closed, right? So Jim thought, this is an opportunity for me. I need to get educated on this. I need to see where I stand from a carbon perspective. So he came to join one of our cohorts, and Jim successfully completed, his team completed the baselining of their carbon data. They put a carbon strategy together, a paper, and then the next time the bid came up, they bid for it and they won the contract, which was actually worth 70-odd million pounds. And the good thing about it was that he is now a big fan. Now he's become a leader. He's now engaged that net zero is good business. Another interesting case study, and I know I'm keeping you guys from lunch, but I will try to be quick. So net zero, we started working with Forth Ports. And Forth Ports, if you don't know, have 10 ports around the UK. And we met with the Green Port Initiative, and they said, look, with INEOS moving out, and that will be a process, we need your support and help to invigorate the green economy in the region. So what we did was we set up for the first Grangemouth cohort of 12 companies to go through a process whereby they would be we'd help them, support them through baselining their carbon, Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. But the added bonus we had was we had fourth port support, like Dunray are supporting you guys now. So fourth port's put forward, we've got a 2032 carbon neutral deadline, and then we've got 2042 net zero deadline. We want our supply chain to help us deliver that deadline, and we're not going to use this stick approach. We will do the supportive approach. We will work with our suppliers. The intention is to work with the tier ones, engage them, fund them to go through that program, and then tier 2 and tier 3 would be the responsibility of tier 1. Isn't that how it works? Well, that's what's happening. So fourth ports have been very supportive, and we're now actively going into the rest of their supply chain to help them go through the net zero baselining. So this is what I'm hoping one of you guys will become, or many of you guys will become leaders. Well, I'm hiding from this one, so I'll just go to the ELSA Reliability Solutions is actually a young engineering company. Jamie Burns set the engineering company up. He got into the whole green economy, net zero makes sense. I'm going to embed it into my business. I'm going to use that to win contracts. And Jamie has been very successful in that he's embedded net zero into his business. His people, his employees are all bought into it. And, the successes are many. I mean, we've put through about 120 plus companies. That was a few months old, that slide. And that will rapidly go up. And, at the moment, 1.5 billion in 1 year is being managed through our programs, revenue. So it can be done, but we need leadership. And it doesn't, Net Zero Nation doesn't own the net zero programs. We want you guys to own your own programs and run with it. So, and another unique thing came out of the whole program. We were going to do capability building, but what we found is businesses started interacting with each other. They knew that if they worked with each other and bought from each other, their overall carbon footprint would be low, right? Because all of these companies are already on that trajectory. So they started bidding together. They started problem solving together. They even went to the energy companies together to get preferential tariffs and make sure that they had clean energy access. So all of this happened because we created the ecosystem in the marketplace. So what happens now is if anyone wants a particular service, they'll come to the ecosystem first because they already know that ecosystem's on that journey. So normally this is an hour presentation, guys, by the way. So I just wanted to show you a trajectory of how many companies that are already taking part, or how many accelerators we're running. And down here, I see Focus North. Can I announce that? Or is it still secret squirrel? Well, Focus North will be joining soon, and I'll cover that in a second. So how do we actually do it? So what we do is we've got a team of experts, right? So we help companies identify exactly where they are in terms of their net zero journey. We help them from a KPI perspective or a metrics perspective, so they have a baseline to work from. Once we have established that baseline, we engage our experts to identify remediation areas to support them. And we then have monthly one-to-ones with the companies to ensure that they remain on track. If they get stuck on something, if they can't identify or manage remediation projects, we'll get people in to help them and support them. This program lasts for about 12 months. That was the original plan, but then it all changed. I'll tell you in a sec. So, everyone who is familiar with the quality industry, I take it. So quality is all about iterative improvements. So you're always improving quality over time. So this is no different. Net zero, your journey, you always make iterative improvements. It's not like it's going to happen in 1 year, you're going to be net zero. It will take multiple years before you get to that stage. But one good thing is if you bring your customers on this, who want this done to lower their footprint, if they see you're on the journey, they'll be much more accommodating and work with you if you get stuck in terms of providing expertise. This is a model we've implemented, and it's going very successfully. And I'm going to come to an example I just pulled out a few days ago. We were having a similar meeting to this, as in every month, every quarter, we have a monthly online session, and we have Meet the Expert sessions. So what happened in this particular Meet the Expert session is, I don't know if you know Kay's Curling. They provide the curling stones for that famous sport. And Mossgiel Organic Farm, they're as the name says, they're a dairy. And then you've got Sylvi Bio. It's a seeds company for mostly tree seeds. They process them. So what happened was, this is how everything, the marketplace and everything actually works. So they had a lot of waste left from making these beautiful stones. And they said, oh, this is costing me an arm and a leg to get this removed environmentally friendly way, and not dumped in a country lane. So what can I do about this? So the Mossgiel Organic Dairy Farm CEO said, look, give it to me so that I can put it on to create paths on my farm. I'll take it from you. So he took it, and then he started noticing that the plants adjacent to the roadway were flourishing as to compare to the plants further away. So he said, there must be something in this. So what they did then, they went to Sylvi Bio, who did some of their own tests, and said, yeah, there is something in the minerals in this that's causing increased growth. So now it's a research project at Strathclyde Uni. They're looking at it to see if this can be commercialized. So I'm just saying, don't treat this as a compliance. Treat this as an opportunity to learn more about your environment, your impact on your environment, and leverage that for future business opportunities. So what are the benefits? And if you can't see the benefits by now, I'm wasting my time. You will stand out. I mean, no doubt. If I'm a corporate and I'm buying from a supplier, and I'm concerned about my overall carbon footprint, I will select that supplier, even if this is Forth Ports have said this as well, and I'll let that out. So they've said they will select a supplier based on their overall, not just the price, overall what they're bringing from a net zero perspective as well. So, think carefully. I mean, it's a journey. As long as you can demonstrate you're on that journey to a customer, they'll be supportive. And I know, and there is help, and that's why we're offering that help at the end of today. Outlook, the only reason I put this slide in was for one line. It says Focus North Regeneration Accelerator. I'm proud to announce, even though it wasn't my job, I've let a cat out of the bag. I probably get kicking outside. Peter, who is a nice man down here, by the way. You can come and see him after the show. He has been given the job of recruiting 15 companies for this next accelerator. Guys, grab it. I'm telling you, it's fully funded. They're paying for it, and the journey will be very, very exciting, because I can tell you from the feedback from the companies that are already involved, they've had tremendous response from their customers who say when they find out they're on that journey, and they're winning business. They're winning real contracts on the back of just baselining the data and pointing out that they're on this journey. So that's my sales pitch done. But not only did we build a baselining program, we built a certification program. So what does that mean? It takes you through the evolution of you becoming an expert in net zero. So people can then run their own accelerator. That was the only way we saw we could actually mobilize 10,000 companies. And this is what it looks like. So Ailsa is the first company that's gone through and become a leader in this space. So they're running their own, in East Ayrshire, they're running their first accelerator. And that's what we want from you guys. I would love to come back in a few months, this time next year, and put someone else on the podium and they can explain that why they're taking the leadership role. But I think it's in you guys, because I was really amazed by the technical depth here. I mean, being a central belter, you don't think nothing happens up north, but I was quite pleasantly surprised. So once again, my final input. Please grab this opportunity. It's only 15 spaces at the moment, unless Dunray jumps in. So please take it. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on the accelerator, what it does, what my time commitment is. Because remember, all these 120 plus companies already gone through it have a day job, right? So, sorry, questions? Sorry, I apologize. Small, medium enterprise. So one-man band to 20, 30, 50 band, whatever. But happy to explain that after. But thank you very much for your time. Sorry I've accelerated right through it. But happy to have any questions during lunch. Thank you.
Nadeem, wow, thank you so much. Goodness, what an incredible opportunity. The Focus North Regenerator Accelerator, 15 companies can be recruited, fully funded, and a really exciting journey. I think my main takeaway from that, other than that this is an incredible opportunity, is that net zero is good for business. Even while you're on that journey, it's not going to happen overnight. But we need all to become leaders in what it is that we're doing. It's not just about compliance, it's about creating opportunity. Thank you so much for dragging yourself away from the central belt up to the far north of Scotland and realising that we can actually all read and write and are quite sophisticated, especially when it comes to engineering. Anyone thinking that today's programme was just flung together would be really, really wrong. Having heard from Nadeem about the differences between net zero and carbon neutral, I know which side of the fence for that I am on. We move swiftly to talk about a landscape that punches way above its weight in terms of carbon storage, peatlands. The Caithness Flow Country is a magnificent resource, and not just somewhere for Magnus to wander around and get 1,000 miles since this time last year, but for it's a resource not just for wildlife, but for all of us. Let me hand over to someone who can explain that far more eloquently than I can. The Flow Country Partnership's Green Finance Initiative has been set up to blend public and private finance to scale peatland restoration in Caithness and Sutherland, maximising the economic and wider benefits locally. Now, Kirsty Mackay is relatively new in post. She joined the initiative as Peatland Restoration Officer in November. And Kirsty and I were talking over coffee, and you're going to get stuck behind our photographer there, so sneak round. The last time we met was when I handed her a book at a prize giving at Dornoch Academy. Please join me in welcoming Kirsty Mackay. Nice to see you again. Over to you. No book.
Hi, yeah, thank you very much, Nikki. So I really like the kind of circular full circle situation there where 10 years later I'm now working in a job I really enjoy in a region, sort of to the wider region of where I grew up. So that's what I'm really excited about with the Flow Country Partnership and its Green Finance Initiative, is the opportunities this could bring in terms of further economic and employment opportunities for the local area. So the Flow Country Partnership has recently been established as a Scottish charitable incorporated organisation, which is a really exciting step in the partnership's history and a key step in the Green Finance Initiative's progress. The partnership includes various organisations and stakeholders across Caithness and Sutherland, and the sort of objective of the partnership is to protect, enhance and conserve for the benefit of the public the area known as the Flow Country due to its outstanding peatland ecosystems. The Green Finance Initiative, as Nikki has mentioned, the aim of that is to scale peatland restoration through this area, working with various land holdings, to blending public and private finance to do this, and the key objective is to maximise the economic and wider benefits of this locally as much as possible. So the Green Finance Initiative, and this has been funding 3 pilot projects through the initiative, which I'll talk about in more detail later. And so this is how I do the next slide. Here we go. So a bit of an overview of the landscape in terms of the Flow Country. I think we all know probably in this room why the Flow Country is important, but just to go over that a little bit more. It's the largest blanket bog in Europe, which is already exciting in and of itself, but also has the capacity, as has been mentioned before, to store a huge amount of carbon, over 400 million tonnes of carbon, which is more than double the carbon stored in all the woodlands of Britain put together, so that really puts things into perspective. Of course, the flip side of this comes in that large areas of the Flow Country are degrading, they're drying out and damaged, and so in this situation, the bogs are releasing carbon dioxide. So you can see the level of risk there is quite scary in terms of climate change. So there's a strong motivation to restore peatlands. As well as that, they're also amazing sites for biodiversity, but as well as plants and wildlife, the landscape in the Flow Country is a place where people live and have lived for thousands of years. So farming and crofting has been going on here for a long time. And peatland restoration is something that can integrate into this land management. It doesn't require huge land use change and adjustments to grazing levels and deer management, but it's something that can be integrated into farming and crofting and not separate from. It's not one or the other. There's also now economic potential for peatland restoration within this kind of land management due to what's been mentioned previously in terms of being able to sell carbon credits through the Peatland Code, which is the UK voluntary standard for the carbon credits. And these represent the emissions reduced through peatland restoration projects. So many corporates and organisations that are striving towards net zero will be looking to purchase carbon credits to offset their remaining emissions along this journey. So there's economic potential now as well. So in terms of public and private finance, this is kind of the private finance piece. There's also potential for other private investment in terms of funds, and investors are more and more interested in investing in peatland restoration. This is because it aligns very well with ESG standards and their values, and they may be looking to invest for a variety of different reasons. They might be looking for a standard financial return. It might be more that they're looking for first refusal on the purchasing of the carbon credits. It may be that they are interested in the ecosystem services that peatland restoration can provide, for example, a company that relies on water quality. And finally, you might have more kind of philanthropic investment as well. So this landscape is really quite attractive to investors in terms of the scale. There's a lot of potential for large-scale restoration here. It's also possible to aggregate multiple projects through the Green Finance Initiative to go to investors with a portfolio of projects, which could be more attractive than just one peatland restoration project. In parallel to the Green Finance Initiative, something that the Flow Country Partnership is working on is an application which they've submitted to be considered by UNESCO to be a World Heritage Site. This could have other positive implications for the Green Finance Initiative in that the link to the World Heritage Site from these peatland restoration projects could increase the sort of visibility and attractiveness of these projects to investors as well. And secondly, perhaps enable us to charge a premium price for Flow Country carbon credits from the peatland restoration projects, and also in terms of the wider benefits of peatland restoration projects going through the Flow Country Partnership charity in terms of maximising economic and wider benefits locally, and the community benefit side of things, which I will touch on as well. So to summarise and expand on what I've just been talking about, the SCIO has recently been established, so that's an exciting step, and there's a board of trustees across the Flow Country representing key interests across this region, and we're developing ethical investment guidelines to ensure that any investment that is attracted into the Flow Country is highly ethical and aligns with the values of the SCIO. Underneath the SCIO is a wholly owned subsidiary. This is Flow Country Restoration Limited, and this is the company that would be developing, managing and implementing these peatland restoration projects with a variety of landholders in the area, going for public funding through Peatland Action, through Nature Scot to fund the actual restoration work, and blending this with the private finance that I've just been talking about, managing the delivery of the peatland restoration, but also the maintenance and monitoring required through the Peatland Code for a 30 to 100 year period. So it's long-term work. And as I mentioned, the sort of key difference between the Flow Country Restoration Limited and other agents is this objective to maximise the economic and wider benefits locally, and the fact that it's a charity, it's a not-for-profit. So this includes targeting local contractors for the restoration opportunities. Also, over time, if as the project is successful and scales, creating a much wider range of job opportunities as well. There's a variety of jobs that are associated with peatland restoration. It's not just contracting. And build capacity locally as well in terms of skills development and training, so that these can be taken advantage of in local communities. And then collaborating with local universities and schools as well in terms of education opportunities. And finally, over time, as the initiative scales up and there's multiple projects, the aim is that profits that are made by the SCIO could also be invested into community benefit projects, so retaining that benefit locally. Just to talk a bit more about the economic side of things, there was a report carried out by 4C Engineering looking into the business and economic potential of peatland restoration in the Flow Country. So to put some figures on it, because it is a really tangible thing, over 18 years, that's kind of the potential for the restoration work in the area. This could result in 241 direct full-time employment opportunities and a further 50 indirect jobs as well. And then you've got the much longer term kind of 90-year maintenance period of peatland restoration to maintain the peatland in its improved condition. And this could come with a further 13 full-time equivalent positions for the period of 90 years. So it's really quite exciting. And then also the links with the World Heritage Site and the aim to really sell premium carbon credits. So just kind of visualizing this, that's actually come up really nicely. Sometimes it's really tiny to see. That's the advantage of a giant screen. So yeah, you can see the company, the sub-company sitting there. And the idea is that it will take the burden away from landowners to make it more accessible to a wider range of landowners, and not just big estates that have the capacity to do this, in terms of the project development work, the management involved, the long-term monitoring and maintenance, engaging with buyers in the carbon market, also interacting with investors to bring that private investment in, creating an income for the landowners, the tenant farmers and crofters involved in the various different land holdings. And then you can see as well over time profits coming out into community projects in the area. So on the subject of community, the Flow Country Partnership has been carrying out community engagement as it develops this initiative, and it's been sort of landscape and community-led engagement. So just a quick summary of that. This began in November 2020 with an online workshop with a range of different stakeholders. 25 stakeholders from 13 different sectors were there. And this was to start thinking about a collective idea for what a vision for the landscape could be for 2045. This was then followed up with after COVID, where you could actually meet people in person and have much more meaningful conversations. And this was in a variety of different locations around the Flow Country. Followed up again by another online event after that. And throughout this time, different individual conversations going on with land managers as well to get their perspective on things. And so when I joined in November, actually my first week of work was the latest in-person workshop that we had. So that was a really good opportunity to get up to speed very quickly. And it started with a site visit to one of the pilot sites to hear from the landowner there of their perspective of why they want to go through with peatland restoration and why they want to do that through the Green Finance Initiative. Then it was followed up with the second day with some facilitated group discussions about co-creating and sort of reflecting on those initial vision ideas and coming to a sort of shared understanding and update of those. And we actually followed up last night with an online workshop again to revisit this and hear further feedback from stakeholders that we will then be incorporating in again. So it's a really collaborative effort, and that's kind of the key point of the Flow Country Partnership, is to work with communities and develop these opportunities with communities. It's a completely voluntary thing, nobody's forcing anybody to be involved with the Green Finance Initiative, and it should happen together in that way. So yeah, I've actually stuck quite well to time. Probably spoke a little bit fast, but this is my final slide, and I just thought I would finish. I can probably go into a little bit more detail now because I do have time about the 3 different pilot projects. So what we're testing with the Ferns funding is not peatland restoration, it's not going through peatland action or peatland code processes, because these are things that are happening already and people know how to do them. What we're testing is the model that will enable the Flow Country Partnership to work in this way through the initiative with landowners to deliver these peatland restoration projects, creating a return for the landowner as well, but also over time the benefits that I've been describing. And so we have a hill farm, an estate and a common grazings, 3 different types of land holdings. The hill farm is our furthest along project. We're almost at the stage now of submitting our peatland action application and our peatland code first validation documentation, so that's exciting. It's quite a large project. It's about 800 odd hectares of peatland restoration, so we're splitting it over 2 years in a multi-year peatland action application. The second pilot project is an estate, and it's slightly smaller, maybe around 400 to 500 hectares, and we're in the ground truthing stage of that, so we're a little bit further behind on that one, but both of these projects are aiming to start work in August 2024, so diggers on the ground this year, which is really exciting. The third pilot project would be a common grazings, which is slightly different in that the hill farm and the estate have one landowner involved, and there's no tenants involved in these peatland restoration areas, whereas a common grazing will have a landowner and multiple shareholders in that common grazing with the right to use the land. So that's a really interesting setup, and it would be great if we could figure out how to make that work. So that's what we've been working on so far, having some really useful conversations with interested common grazings, and very much taking that collaborative approach as well. You know, we're talking together to find out what are the questions, how can we address those, and what are the issues that we need to solve to make that work. So the time frame for that would be for the pilot project to go ahead in August 2025, so a year later in terms of figuring everything out and then getting the restoration on the go. Yeah, so that's me. If you are interested at all in getting more involved, please drop me an email. I didn't put it on the slides, but it's kirsty@north-highlands.co.uk. You know, if you're an investor or a business or you're a landowner, do get in touch if you want to know more. And keep an eye out as well for the formal launch of the scale that will be coming soon. So thank you very much.
Wow. Kirsty, thank you so much. Absolutely lovely. I think for maybe the first time I now fully understand or understand what you had time to explain to us about what peatland restoration is and can do and the opportunities there. Environmentally, of course, which has to be the most important thing, but also in terms of economic gain and community benefits. Fantastic. This is not Kirsty's fault. The timekeeping is my job, and we are running about, I would say, about 25 minutes behind. We've let the kitchen know, so they'll be holding lunch. It will still be nice and hot when it is served, if indeed it is a hot lunch. I have no idea. I'm just making this bit up. But I am going to sort of wheek on to what will be our final session and then some Q&A before we break for lunch. Geographical areas like here don't just automatically regenerate themselves. We see that with Doctor Who. We do not see it in real life. And as you are all too aware, just as it takes a village to raise a child, it takes a committed community to pull together to turn the tanker around and raise economic standards. In this final session before Q&A and then lunch, Peter Facenda, the Programme Manager for Focus North, and Trudy Morris, Chief Executive of Caithness Chamber of Commerce, will lead you through what Focus North have achieved already in these 12 short months and what their next steps will be. Peter and Trudy, the floor is yours. Please welcome them. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to introduce yourself first?
Well, I think Nikki's just introduced me, but I'm Trudy Morris and I'm Chief Executive of the Caithness Chamber of Commerce, and we're a partner in Focus North.
Okay, thanks Trudy, and I'm Peter Facenda. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the Programme Manager for Focus North. I can't believe a year's already passed. I seemed to sort of wake up this morning and think, goodness, that's gone incredibly quickly. When we launched the partnership, we spent a lot of time talking with stakeholders and with taking survey work and understanding exactly what the issues were that the community saw, as well as what we as economic professionals saw as the challenges in the region. And we have, if I nod my head, you hit it, as they say. Yeah, sorry, thanks for that. So we spent a lot of time doing that, and we've identified 4 basic areas of priority that we are working on, and those are increasing the pool of skilled personnel. That's been mentioned already by several of the speakers. Infrastructure, transport in particular, to support the growth of the economy. The digital economy, we looked at, is an area we still feel is really important that we are able to develop. And inward investment and project development, which has been one of the traditional areas of concentration of the Regeneration Partnership as it was. These are areas of priority. And I guess you could, if you look at that list, you could say that increasing the school of skilled people has got to be one of our highest priorities. It's absolutely fundamental to us being able to grow the economy locally. Has been mentioned by several people. You could almost say that the second two there, infrastructure and digital, are supporting that, and the final one is then almost adding to the problem. If we're getting more project work coming in, that'd be a great problem to have, but we would need more people, obviously, to do that. So what we've done is we've identified 3 thematic areas that the activities we're undertaking are going to fall into. So we've got inspiring our people, preparing our region, and growing the economy. And that, so we're, the individual actions that we're undertaking, we've grouped them into these themes, because what we realize is that we're undertaking huge numbers of individual project activities, but to try and put them just into a picture that we can all see. Having said that, that's a fairly busy slide, so I'm not going to talk you through that specifically. So the first stage, that was okay. That was a quick click. Thank you. Just to say that, so one of the inspiring our people, we're looking really at 2 areas of 2 basic concepts that we're trying to understand, we're trying to promote in this area. One is in getting the message out there that there are opportunities here, that there's a lot of good opportunities to both people that are living here and people that we would like to attract coming here. So there's good reasons to come to the region, and it's a great place to live. And then our second part of this activity is then helping people into those roles, supporting the roles, both the development of the roles and the opportunities for people to develop into them. When we've, so we started a bit on, if you can just, here we go. So this is part of our regional campaign to raise the profile of the region as to why it is a good place to come and live. We've done just a brief video, which we're going to show you now, which is going to be used as part of our campaign to promote regional activity and reasons why people would want to come here. If you click again.
Now that I've left school, I hope to go off and train to become an electrical and electronic engineer. To do this, I'm going to have to go down south. I'd like to come up to work, settle, get a family and that, but there's no jobs up here.
And Wick has a very active community, a lively community, and lots of social things for older folk perhaps, but I'm not quite sure what there is for the young folk. I'm not quite sure just what the future holds for them.
One of our more illustrious residents has been Robert Louis Stevenson himself, of course. He described Wick as being the meanest of God's tunes and the baldest of God's bays, and he, later on, of course, I think he took it back a bit. He repented.
Let's leave outdated views in the past and look forward to the future of Caithness and Sutherland. Join Focus North as we transform perceptions and celebrate our strengths. Far from holding us back, our location and incredible natural assets give us the advantage. Our region is already a global leader in nuclear decommissioning, and we're now leading the transition to a green economy, with onshore and offshore wind, tidal, hydrogen, and emerging expertise in space, data, and conservation science. Our world-class surfing, stunning coastal walks and warm hospitality draw visitors from around the world to discover our unspoilt landscape and our endless skies. It's time to make the most of these opportunities and deliver meaningful change for generations to come. It's time to focus north.
Okay. All right. I hope you agree that that's a slightly light-hearted look. Hopefully nobody knew anybody that was out in the earlier part of that film, or perhaps they did. That would be a useful thing to know. But it's slightly light-hearted, but it's very much on message, telling us that here is where the opportunities are, and we should be singing that message from the hilltops. But we know that just producing a film isn't going to do the trick, and so we're actually looking at much more active work on recruiting people into the region. So, Trudy.
Okay, thank you, Peter. So Recruit North Highlands is the Chamber's recruitment portal, and as it already existed, Focus North partners felt this was the best vehicle for which to coordinate recruitment for the region and attract new people to live, work and study here. So with funding through Focus North, provided by NRS Dounreay, the Chamber's recruited a talent attraction recruitment specialist. And we are delighted that Lindsay Matthews has joined our team. So Lindsay, even, can you stand up and give us a wave, please? Thank you. So be gentle with her. This is her second week with us. So 3X1 are helping to improve the Recruit North Highlands website. And they're also going to be developing a toolkit for employers to aid recruitment. Lindsay will help develop and deliver a talent attraction strategy, which will include developing the Recruit North Highlands brand. She'll be speaking to partners, stakeholders and employers, many of you in this room, to understand the regional jobs markets, the opportunities, the challenges, and we'll look to have targeted campaigns and areas of activity to increase the talent pool. So this will include working with employers and helping you to maintain, to actually recruit. It may be, as I say, through toolkits. It may be knowing the best place to recruit. And as I say, we can look at targeted campaigns to assist with that. And we'll also be looking to maintain a database of people that want to come here. Pre-COVID, Recruit North Highlands had quite a few people who were doing the North Coast 500 that were looking. They'd loved it so much they actually wanted to come and move here. But quite often it's not been able to find the jobs for them or maybe for their partners. So a key part of this work will be looking to attract families and helping match maybe partners with other opportunities as well. So it is really highlighting what we have here, but also the emerging opportunities as well. And given the number of young people waiting to leave and our aging population, as highlighted by Magnus, this piece of work is even more critical. And it's about capturing what makes us all stay, work here. You know, all of us in the room, most of us in the room are living here. We've chosen to be here. We choose to stay. And it's about capturing that and really crafting and compelling proposition that we can sell to others. And as I say, like Magnus and Kenneth, telling their stories, you know, what else has made us stay? And it's about selling that.
Okay, thanks, Trudy. Just to follow on from that, if there is anybody in the audience who think that you are should be a poster child for our recruitment campaign, we'd be delighted to hear from you. And more, the more ambassadors we have that we can show to other people, the better. So that'd be great. Okay. I don't make any apologies for continuing to talk about partnerships. STEM, this is science, technology, engineering and maths, encouraging our younger people into those careers or helping other people to transition into them is really very important to us. And obviously with the sorts of projects that you've been hearing about from our panel earlier, those jobs are going to be in high demand. Those skills are going to be in high demand in our region. And so encouraging more people into this sphere is incredibly important, and we're continuing to work with partners on developing the STEM capacity within the region. That's the ability to encourage and support more young people into these careers. You may be aware, if you've seen press coverage, that West of Orkney are supporting STEM ambassadors that are working for UHI. Dounreay is looking into its own STEM provision and looking at how it might build capacity there. You'll be aware perhaps that the City Region deal funded the Newton Rooms. These are technology teaching facilities that are available across the region. There's one in Thurso. They were supported by the Science Skills Academy, which was originally funded through the City Region deal. And we're looking to see how we can continue that activity to make sure that we build on that legacy. And the Focus North team, through Nicola in particular, is working with the local STEM partnership. So that's a coordinated attempt, a coordinated approach to developing and making sure that we're not duplicating effort and that we're making maximum benefit of what is possible. Okay. Then on to the second area of theme is preparing our region. This theme is about growing capability and capacity in our area. And we've got 3 exciting new investments, one of which might have been slightly preempted by a previous speaker, but I'm not going to be embarrassed about talking about it again. So there's three areas we're going to talk to. I think Trudy's going to talk about the first one, which is about apprenticeship support.
Okay, the Caithness Business Fund. It's a private sector fund that was set up in 2013 as a separate standalone company by the Chamber. And that followed discussions that we were having and a 25-year contribution commitment by Bailey Wind Farm. It awards grants of up to 5K to eligible business startups, existing businesses, and with growth plans, and those taking on apprentices. Last year, it actually supported 10 apprentices, which was a real uptake for the area. And it has the ability to take contributions, donations from other funders and developers, and it has in fact received additional contributions in addition to the annual commitment from Bailey over the last couple of years. So Focus North partners have explored a number of options to look about how we can increase apprenticeships. And the Caithness Business Fund has really been the one that has stood out as the best option because it already exists. So what we've done is we're setting up an enhanced scheme through the Business Fund. And at the beginning of this month, we actually launched that. It's called Future Skills. And with initially funding of 100K from NDA and NRS Dounreay, which we're grateful for, thank you. And it will support a minimum of 4 companies employing an apprentice over 3 to 4 years with a maximum grant of $24,500 over that 3-year period. So last week, the fund board met and we awarded the first grant in this scheme to support a 3-year plumbing apprenticeship. It will be on a first-come, first-served basis, subject to companies satisfying the application process and criteria. And it is hoped that other developers and funders will come in off the back of Dounreay and the NDA, so that we can increase the number of companies supported. So it's not about replicating what is already in place, but for the developers and inward investors that want to look at working in this area, it's about building on what's here already and supporting that. So we would encourage others to obviously get involved in that. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, Trudy. And so just deposit your checks as you're leaving the auditorium. That'd be great. Thanks. Okay. If I talk about supply chain decarbonisation, I think Nadim's obviously very much spoken about this already. And so, as he outlined, we're looking to support 15 businesses on the journey to their net zero. And we'll be looking to recruit those businesses fairly swiftly. So, watch this space in terms of the process for doing that. We're looking forward to answering any questions that anybody might have on that when we've got a small Q&A session shortly. So if anybody's got any questions, just shout up at that point. We want this to be the start of a process. So this will be the first cohort. hopefully some leaders will come from that will become champions to encourage other people into the same area. We're also looking potentially at doing further support through NRS Dounreay in the future. So hopefully fairly soon, we're hoping. Okay, if we go into next slide, please. So peatland restoration, this is another area we've been working carefully. If you listen to Kirsty early, you'll understand that there's a massive task on our hands, but that's also a massive opportunity in terms of potential employment and developing local supply chains. And we've been successful in getting £30,000 towards supporting the initial cohort of peatland training. This will support, again, about 15 businesses to it's about a week of training and then some time on site learning how to actually do the restoration work. Because of the natural cycle of the land, this will probably be now after the summer, because this kind of work can't be done when there's certain bird nesting seasons and things like that. So we're really excited to get this started. So it's going to be delivered by the local college, and we're hoping that this is going to help local businesses start to develop their own ability to exist in this supply chain. And you heard from Kirsty the size of the potential opportunity. And I'd just like to thank Nicola Moore, who was sitting in the front row there. Nicola was absolutely fundamental in getting this funding across the line, and we're really looking forward to that getting started as quickly as we can. Please. Okay, supporting skills strand of our activity. This is about us supporting the skills agenda, but it's also about the skills that we need to support the activities that we've been describing today. So it's a slightly double meaning, but it's a fundamentally important activity that we're going to need to carry out. If we're hoping to get the numbers of people available to be working in these emerging opportunities, then having the right skilled people developing both the capacity of skill development and skill activities in the region is really important. What you've seen, the initiatives we've described today, the apprenticeships, the Net Zero Nation, and the peatland restoration training are all great things to be doing in their own rights, but we're very conscious that it's a much bigger picture than that. And so one of the things that's happening amongst the partners is that Dounreay and West of Orkney have agreed to kind of lead in collaborating on forming a group of developers, which we've done. We had our first meeting a couple of weeks ago. And from that, a much more comprehensive needs plan from those businesses is going to be developed. And that's going to be the anchor of a lot of our activity going forwards. That's going to help inform what we need to be doing to try and improve the local content on a lot of these projects. And then finally, this theme covers our actions to expand really the underpinning infrastructure to enable both business expansion locally, but also incoming business investment. First thing that was identified at last year's conference, it's something that's a perennial point that people raise as being an issue in the region, is getting people to and from work. And this is something we recognise that was something we needed to do. We put it on our priority list. And the first thing we've done is exactly what Nikki was saying earlier. So first we've got to understand where we are. What is it that, where we are today, so that we can try and plot a path to the future. And we undertook a piece of work with an external consultancy called Urban Foresight, who've come forwards with a plan, which you'll be able to see on our website, on some ideas on how this might be progressed. We had more than 350 people responded to our survey on this subject, so we've got a good picture of what the issues are likely to be and are. And to be completely honest, there'll be an awful lot of people in the room who could, could tell us what a lot of the issues are. They're not new, but they are gnarly. They're not something that's going to be solved very, very quickly. But we think that now we've got a baseline activity. We've got some of the key players who have got bus contracts, for example, now talking to each other in a very serious way about how do we develop a plan to go forwards. This is not something that's going to happen quickly. That we're very much hoping that the start of those conversations will develop into plans that will enable this kind of issue to be dealt with over the longer term. I've got to see Richard Regales in the audience today. Richard's heading up a transport initiative that's covering Sutherland, and we've been working very closely with them on looking at some of the areas that we can work with on rural transport in particular. And so between us, we think that we're going to come forwards with long-term plans that will actually enable us to deal with some of the transport issues in the region. Okay, I've got investing in our ports. This is something that partners recognise that our ports, in particular our seaports, are really important to, particularly the panel that was sitting here earlier. Their projects can be very heavily dependent on being able to get to and from their projects, and so port facilities are really important. But and you'll have seen in the press that there have been significant investments in ports, in infrastructure over the years. But you've also got to remember that there are two other ports that we have in the region, which are also, one that's developing, the spaceport, and partners have been very supportive of that, putting significant sums of money into supporting that. And of course, we also have an airport, and that's extremely important and close to our heart as well.
Yes, as Peter said, the airport is extremely important. It's been one of my passions, lobbying for it for many, many years, because I understand what the importance of it is. So partners have worked hard over this last year, or even before that, yes, to secure another year's funding for the PSO, which is the flight that goes obviously from Wick to Aberdeen. And which is great news, and we should celebrate that. But we've still got a lot of work to do. We see the airport as vital to our economic development and sustainability. It's crucial that we build on what we have, and I accept that it's not always perfect at times. But our PSO enables us to keep our airport open. The hard work still continues, and Transport Scotland will be convening a working group to see how we can move forward. But as Simon said right at the beginning, we all have a part to play in realising and growing our opportunities, and our airport is one of them. So I would encourage, where you can, use it, please. Thank you.
Okay. And so what's next? Okay, so looking forwards, obviously, what we've described today, what you've seen today in terms of projects ahead of us, is a massive series of opportunities. And to some extent, over the next 12 months, we've got to just build on that. We've got to keep doing what we've already set out to do. We've got to get our skills planning further advanced. We've got to concentrate on the things that we're doing and make them progress. Absolutely can't do it on our own. The Focus North support team is a small group of people. There's 3 of us. The real people that are going to undertake a lot of this work has got to be you people sitting in the room. If I look further forwards than just getting what we've already identified progressed, there's so much opportunity still coming. If you look at as the spaceport develops, space-related businesses there'll be supply chain companies, but there'll be all sorts of other potential businesses we can attract. We've talked, somebody mentioned earlier about the potential for data centers. That's still conversations that are going on. There's still possibilities of that. The digital economy still needs to develop further. I see that that the Gordon Bush hydrogen plant is not progressing as things currently stand, but hydrogen is still going to be produced in the region. That's going to happen at Port of Cromarty, and we're seeking to we're trialling already within the region hydrogen aircraft. There's been some train trials. There's opportunities for seagoing vessels to be hydrogen powered. So that's all still to come. So there's a vast amount of pipeline still coming that we haven't even spoken about today. And last year I talked about the exciting opportunities in front of us. I would just say to you that today those opportunities only have got bigger and closer and in the intervening year. So thank you very much.
Have only got bigger and closer in the intervening year. I don't know where Trudy's going because I'm sure there will be some questions for her, but she's gone pretty sharpish back to her seat, and here she is. I'm going to hand her a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, any questions? I'm sure you must have, because although I can see lunch coming out, do we have a microphone in the room? Yep, we will have in a second. Hands up if you have any questions, either for Peter or Trudy or for any of our speakers, and that could be right through, because I think everyone's here apart from Mark Rouse. He's had to head back off. Anything that anyone would like to add? Yes, there's a gentleman at the back with glasses, if you could.
That's Mr. Mark Rouse. He's going to ask himself a question.
You're not allowed to move, Mark. You're supposed to be sitting there. Mr. Mark Rouse, you've already had the floor. Do you have another question to ask, or are you? No, you haven't. Right. Do we have any other questions from the room? Don't be shy. Yes, gentleman here sitting right behind Simon. Thank you. Sorry, I haven't got my specs on. I'll see you at lunchtime.
Hi there. So my name's Roy Kirk. I used to work for High. I'm now involved in a couple of other projects. It's great to see the ambition still there, the demand still there. One question is, given that the Dounreay closure, decommissioning, it's going to take a little bit longer, what effect, if any, does that have on the economic development inside Caithness and Sutherland?
I wonder if we might need you for this, Mark. So the question was, given that well, you heard the question.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Right. So is that going to have an impact? Although I'm wondering, Roy, if I can jump in. I know you're not asking me, but I did notice that the money from a lot of the money, the public funding for a lot of these new initiatives has
come from Dounreay.
I suppose what you're asking is, are they going to tighten their purse strings now that they're going to be here for that wee bit longer?
No, I hope and believe that we've got enough people to persuade them to continue their excellent contribution. No, I'm thinking about this idea. We can do this for ourselves. So with the greatest respect and help and support from Dounreay, what's the rest of the county or counties going to be doing in the light of that development?
I wonder if you need a microphone as well, Peter.
No, I'm still.
Oh, you're still mic'd up.
I'm still
yes.
mic'd up, so I'm okay. I would say that it's a really positive thing for us. We've got stability, so we know that is going to continue. You're absolutely right. If you look at the initiatives here, several of them are funded by NRS Dounreay, which is great. I would say that without the relatively new team of people that I'm working with inside the fence, some of whom I worked with when they were outside the fence, has meant that there's a much more integrated approach to how we're doing things collectively. There's also a recognition, I would say, and I'm putting words in Dave's mouth here a little bit, but there's a recognition that big players like NRS Dounreay are much more able to mobilise others, and that is definitely something that's I see happening. So I would say it's positive. I would say there's a gauntlet here, though, which is to those others in the region to step up and to join in with that. I don't know if that
And this is
answers
where
your
you
questions.
asked everyone
Yeah.
to write a cheque and just leave it on their way
Right
out of
on the
the
way out.
auditorium. Do you want anything? Have you anything to add to that?
Yeah,
Julie?
I think, I mean, nuclear engineering, our supply chain is still extremely important, and it will be for many years to come. And the Chamber advocates a mixed energy economy, so, you know, we still believe that there is a place for nuclear engineering. Dounreay employs a significant number of people. They're obviously contributing to the local economy, so that will continue. And I think what we've got to do as partners, as industry partners as well, and Peter talked about that Dounreay and West of Orkney have come together, and we had a session with the industry partners, the developers, a couple of weeks ago. One of the things is key is about getting that skills plan together, knowing what people are going to need, because Dounreay will still need skills. People will be retiring off the site, and we have to make sure that none of these industries are competing against each other, and obviously, you know, draining the local area of skills. So that's why this talent attraction initiative is extremely important as well, to try and get new people in. We need to train up more apprentices, but it's key that the industry partners collaborate so that we can get enough skills for everybody.
You're nodding there, Roy. Does that answer your question? Is there anything you'd like to come back on?
No, I think it's good. There's the minor detail of doing it all, but I think it's heading in the right direction.
Give us a chance, Roy.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the room? Yes, so there's a couple of hands here. One just on the aisle there. We can go to that gentleman first, and there was one at the back of the room after him. Thank you. Yes, over to you. Tell us who you are and what your question is.
Thank you. Richard Gill. I'm Councillor and Chair of the Sutherland Area Committee. Thinking about in terms of the wider area of Caithness and Sutherland, and being very aware of the fact that the Green Freeport catchment area goes up the east coast of Sutherland, how do we work together to facilitate the wider economic growth of both counties to benefit from the Green Freeport, the renewables, and the Dounreay situation? Thank you.
Which of you would like to take that?
Well, I'll just say that, you know, you could see the Greenport as a threat or an opportunity, and it's about how we deal with that. Again, it could have a drain on skills that we're trying to keep here, or there could be opportunities for the supply chain. So we have to find ways of working around that.
Well, now that one of the first things I think is important that we do with our recruitment specialists within is that we talk about that, and we actually talk to the port, and we talk to the people that are running that, and make sure that we're including those conversations in how we plan things and how we make sure that there is as much crossover as possible, so that the work stays as much as possible in the region.
I think it's just worth adding, none of this is easy.
Yeah.
You know, we're competing with the UK and further afield for these skills, so we know that there's a shortage, UK-wide at least. So, you know, don't think that this is an easy job that everybody's got, but, you know, we're going to give it a good go.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's possibly the only way. Do you have any kind of insights or ideas or thoughts yourself?
No, I think I see it as an opportunity, not a threat. I think there are real opportunities for developing the workforce right up the east coast and inland into Sutherland, because there's lots of areas of Sutherland that don't have access to skilled employment opportunities. So I think we do have this opportunity now, if we work together to develop the skill set and encourage inward migration, because we've got to overcome the depopulation situation we have at the moment, and we have to encourage people and make it a pleasant place to come to, because at the moment we've got an aging population, and we've got to have a working population that can develop and grow the economy. I think that's vital. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think those key words in there were if we work together, which is absolutely essential for, you know, for getting, no one person can be the solution to all of this. And as you were saying yourselves earlier, what you're doing at Focus North, you know, the three of you, is filling the cracks between what private organisations or large public sector employers, you know, what are the cracks and how can you help fill them? There's a question at the back of the room. Mike, back up there, Alex. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Tell us who you are and what your question is.
Struan Mackey, I'm one of the councillors for Thurso North West Caithness and chair of the Doonray Stakeholder Group. I think a lot of what Trudy and Peter, you were kind of alluding to at the end about the future screams just transition to me, and I think it's screaming just transition for an awful lot of people. And I'd quite like to know, how do we get more wins working together like the PSO and Wick Airport so that we can say to the Scottish Government and UK Government, frankly, any government with money, that this is a place where we can solve an awful lot of the national problems, or indeed take advantage of a lot of the national opportunities, but we can do it at a scale that I think is very good value for the taxpayer. And I'd just like to know, you know, what more can we do? What more can you ask the people in the room to do, Peter and Trudy?
I'll take that. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Struan. I think we've been talking about the solution is about working together. We've got, for me, we have to mobilise public and private organisations, let's call it that, businesses and the public sector and other organisations that have a voice. And we've got to be willing to find paths that enable us all to seek the same goals where we've got overlap. And because so often I find that we're often operating in circles that are maybe not quite intersecting. And if we can just get to intersect a bit more, so there's some things that we're all agreed on, that we are able to get our voice to that. And a vehicle, you know, blowing my own trumpet, blowing the organisation trumpet, Focus North is that vehicle. We are able to use that neutral brand, if you want, to promote things that we are very passionate about. And so for me, it's that. It's about mobilising as many voices in the same direction as possible.
Can I just come in here briefly, Peter, and thank you for your question, because I'm reminded that last year at the launch, well, we didn't have Michael Matheson and we didn't have Marie Todd, but there was a plan then to go down to Holyrood and say, this is who we are, this is what we've discussed, this is what our region needs and wants and can achieve, but we need a bit more assistance. What happened with all of that? Did it come to fruition?
I mean, we have had several conversations with ministers. In fact, we had a conversation with the Transport Minister just very recently. So I think we are getting our voice heard. But again, it's not something that's going to happen quickly. And for me, it's always, we need to have a very, very clear ask and a very strongly developed business case, if you want to call it that, a case to promote. And that's what we need to do. You'll be aware that politics is often untidy, there's been some untidy periods in the interim. So we've had.
That's a terribly polite way of putting it, Peter.
Where we've had changes of faces, and that's meant, you know, sometimes time to get feet under desks and that kind of stuff. So I think we are making progress. I mean, you know, so it's just we just need to keep at it.
Yeah, I mean, Peter's very diplomatic.
Would you like to be less diplomatic?
Well, I won't be controversial, but I spend a lot of my time, obviously, trying to raise the profile of this area, fighting for this area, whatever it might be, whether it's the airport or something else. That's the nature of my job. That's the nature of the chamber. We do a lot of lobbying and campaigning. And we'll continue to do that. We can do that as a private sector. But it does help to have the weight of some of the tier 1 companies behind us as well that want to obviously invest in this area. You know, if they can be amplifying that voice to what they need to obviously get the developments going. Because as Magnus quoted me from the John O'Groat Journal, you know, the weight of that is all on this area. And to me, we need some, you know, preferential treatment or whatever it is. You know, we need that recognition because we're a rural area and we've got a lot of things that we need to fix. And government could help us with that.
But there is that theory that all ships will rise. You know, so if the power and the money and the impetus does come to this region and the potential that we've heard of today does come to fruition, then my goodness, you know, everyone.
Well, we have to make sure it does come here, that it is focused here, that it's not focused here, or focused here, or
Or
focused,
down
if I'm getting my
here.
geography right, or focused here. You
Or
know,
even on some of the bits that are off the map, but still.
yeah, I'm only concerned in the North Highlands, and you know, I encourage everybody that it really does need to be focused here, and we need to make sure that the money comes here,
Yeah.
because it could be done from elsewhere in certain circumstances.
But we all need to be ambassadors for here, and that's why we're all in the room today. I can see 2 hands up at the back. I'm very conscious that I think lunch is coming out. Thank you very much for your question. And lovely to have Highland Council's voice behind the drive to shine the light right up here. The chap right in the corner first, and then we'll have one from you. If you can keep it really brief. Sorry? Oh, of course. You were up. Would you like to come up on stage, Mr. Bremner?
No, that way I'd make myself a fine target for eggs and rotten tomatoes.
And yet here he comes, down the centre aisle.
It was actually to do with the point that was made there. Sorry, the point that Trudy made very well there, and Peter made very well there. It's not about, by the way, Raymond Bremner, not leader of the Highland Council, chair of the Focus North Advisory Board. And that's the important thing. We are all part of the corporate team here. It's not about making joint representation, going down as a big team. That's great. But the one thing that Simon, myself, and Peter, Trudy, and anybody who's bought into this vision is, when you go in the role that you're in, how many are councillors here? Go on, prepare to let everybody see you. Look at you've got quite a few councillors here today, and it's about making that corporate voice, that corporate representation. I spoke to Struan earlier on today. I know that he's a busy lad, as well as myself, about working together to be able to tackle things that are, politically challenging for us, and making sure that the voice of the North is actually heard at government. And that can be in Edinburgh, that can be in London, that can be wherever it needs to be. But we need to be part of that corporate team. It's not, we don't just get a Focus North team together and put them down. It's no matter what we're doing in the job that we are doing, we take that Focus North vision with us. I think that is one of the things that, for me, we really need to get into our heads. We are all ambassadors for Focus North here. So that was the point I wanted to make, Nikki. And I was, as soon as this was being discussed, my hand shut up at the back. Because if we're going to get some, thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we will leave it there. I think lunch is being served and we are way beyond time. Trudy and Peter, thank you very much. I'll leave you to grab a seat. I know it's really warm, isn't it? I'm going to invite Simon up just in a second to make some final go on then. Let's allow Simon to make a few final observations before I wrap things up and close. Thank you.
A few very short final observations as well. This is where the projector fails, of course. Okay, who cares? How you doing? Right, well, we're going to get the projector ready. I don't really want the last slide, quite frankly. By the way, anybody think there's no opportunities in the area? If you do, you need to improve the batteries on your hearing aid, okay? Because quite frankly, there's a stack of opportunities here. And what's when you hear from Mark, Jim Wade's going to be around as well. Problem for us is how the hell are we going to man this up, okay? So we need to work together. There's a we in this. Raymond spoke very well on that. Struan talked about partnership. Remember, partnership of all Highland Council includes Highland councillors. You are part of Focus North, of course. And so I think taking a corporate message is very important wherever we go. You don't need everybody there. What we need is the same message. If we said different messages, we'll screw it all up. So there we go. Just to remind everybody, by the way, certainly for the executive and advisory board, we've got a meeting about 2:30-ish at the back of this room here today, just for an hour or so. And remember, we're working on the stuff together that we can affect. We're not complaining about the stuff we can't affect. Okay, so let's be positive about things. By all means, let's challenge other things, etc., as a Focus North partnership. but let's work on the things that we can affect and we get on with right now without anybody else getting involved. All it needs for us is to work better. The partnership has come on leaps and bounds since last year. We can do a lot better still. We can move it forward. So, no, there's another one at the end there. Where's my last slide gone? No, that's not that one. Not that one. No, that's the one. Okay, so technology's worked brilliantly throughout the whole day, but there we go. So what are they doing about this? There is no they, there is us. Okay, so don't sit there and go, well, yeah, okay, that's great then. We'll see what happens next year. No, how are you going to get involved right now? I mean, I would say, how's the advisory board and the executive board and delivery group going to actually work together more productively? You know, because there's a lot of people there, a lot of messages. We share the messages and go and do stuff together. It leans towards what Struden's point was there, quite frankly. A few messages on this one as well. Thanks, by the way, for all the speakers. Thanks to the hotel. I'm sure Nicky's going to say something, etc. But personally, thanks to my team, my close-in team, which is Peter, Nicola, and Kathy, along with the help from Carly 3X1, who pulled this all together as well. I think they've done a great job. Give them a quick hand. Okay. Okay, so remember, where's the centre? Where's the centre? Far north. We are the centre. Geography counts. What are we? What are we? Well done, ladies. Thank you much indeed. Thanks very much indeed for all your attendance today. I'm sure it's been a lot of time out of your busy schedules. I think it's been very worthwhile. I've learned a lot today as well, actually. Took a bit longer than we thought, but we crammed an awful lot in here, quite frankly. And you've only seen today half of the opportunities there are going around. So well done to everybody. Thanks very much indeed. And thanks to Nikki.
Thank you. Just a few final words to close. Goodness, so many takeaways from today. Just a line from each. From Simon, we are in control of our destiny. From Magnus, there are challenges, but we've been here before. From Mark, who I now know is right at the back of Dounreay. Dounreay is like the northern line, running right through the middle of everything. Still here, still supporting more widely. From the panel discussion, it's all here. And if it's not here yet, it is coming soon. If everything falls into place, there will be world-class, world-beating opportunities. But there are some challenges, grid capacity being one of them. From Nadeem, net zero is good for business, but we need you all to become leaders. And how exciting, a Focus North regeneration programme launching. Who's going to be in the first 15? From Kirsty, there are incredible opportunities from peatland restoration, not just environmentally, but economically too. And from Trudy and Peter, oh my goodness, how are we going to inspire our people? How are we going to prepare our region? How are we going to grow our economy? I've posed the questions, they posed the questions, but they came up with many, many answers too. STEM ambassadors, refreshing Recruit North Highland, and building on what we have, even if it's not imperfect. There's going to be skills opportunities all over as well. What a day. Thank you to all our speakers and all of our panelists. You know who you are, and you're all still here, which is absolutely lovely. Taking time out from the day job to share your plans and to inspire and to really join together and collaborate is incredibly important for the future of our region. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us, for your attention and for your conversation and for that real buzz in the room. It's just been astonishing. This time last year, I promised, and I know I promised because it was all on YouTube and I watched it back again over the weekend. I promised on behalf of Focus North that you wouldn't just be a talking shop, and I hope that today we have seen real proof of that. Simon has challenged you all to speak up, to help out and to spread the word, and I sincerely hope that you will all go forth and do that, but not until after lunch. Thank you so much to the hotel for all looking after us. Thank you to the Story and Stage guys for making sure that we could all be seen and mostly be heard. It's been very, very much appreciated. Please, please stay if you can for lunch. Nobody's going to throw you out even after the AGM starts, because the conversations are where the magic stuff happens. That's it from me. I can't wait to see where Focus North goes next. Thank you so much, all of you. And passion, energy, orange, and geography counts. Thank you so much. Take care.